can't believe it. Dear me.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful. All right.
Oh.
At least that's one of those fuck ups that no one ever needs to know about, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah, 100%. Oh, yeah, definitely.
The annoying thing was I was about to open on my phone, like Twitch, I was about to open Twitch on my phone just as a kind of like
Oh,
a
there's my
visual of
pen.
like what's going on about 10 minutes ago.
Find it. I think it's 10.
Is this a replay thing?
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll go through a bit more rapidly as well.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have no desk host. We don't need one. We're that good. I'm Ebac, and I'm joined by the wonderful Jerry, the Sternab man.
Yes, it is I, Sternab, leader of the Gamma people. Yeah.
I'm not going to let Shiro get away with this, Jerry. I know he said not to say anything. We've been casting the desk for about 10 minutes, and he goes in the middle of it. Oh, we're not live. So we wasted all our funny bits. We were comparing beard sizes. We were
it was
doing
the
all
best.
sorts of hilarious bits.
Yeah, you missed top quality filler right there.
Lots of bants indeed. But we're going to get straight to the action this time. So the stats that you missed during that whole thing was Kaz, Paragon man, 1.3 KD during the league season last time out. He's a killing machine. The rest of the team, they've changed quite a bit. We know some of the players from other teams. Yes, no problem, Shiro. We've got you. The Paragon core, they've been relatively on and off throughout the last season, which is why they have dropped down. Just a bit too inconsistent, but they always fight and give us a good game, which Rucket will try and take them to, Jerry.
Yep, that's it. Paragon versus Rucket, the ones we're looking at, of course, today for our second Contenders match of the season. And here's the rosters, and as I was mentioning before, but I will mention it again because I definitely want to out Bill as well. He put when they were when they were asked for their roster for today to confirm who was playing. Bill, or Big Boy Bill as he's sometimes known, is he decided to give the roster in order of best to worst. So what you see on screen is his estimation of his own team in that order. So Bill rates himself very highly. And then we got Taps, Milo, Kaz, and he doesn't really think too much of Riley. So Riley's got something to fight for and to prove to Bill. Maybe we'll see a sneaky team kill, who knows. You may have spotted as well the sea of zeros in front of you right now. And that's because, of course, this is the first game of the season for both these teams. But Gilzev, Ruse, I don't even know, Pornef? Yeah,
Ponef,
Ponef, yeah, Ponef. Sox and Igon make up Rucket Gaming. And they had a really good run through the qualifiers last week to make it here. And I honestly think that they're probably going to be looking towards the top of the table for Contenders division. And this is just a great challenge for them to come up against Paragon, who have fallen after their long stint in the major division.
When you fall from a division, you see it all the time in football. It's, are you going to keep collapsing? Are you going to do a Sunderland and just keep going down all the way down, or are you going to stay up there, and keep fighting? Yes, yes, exactly. you don't want that situation on your hands. And a switch around from Paragon has happened. They've changed name, they've changed some players, and I don't think they want to change their mentality because it's quite strong. That's one of the things I love about them. They were, I think, my first cast in Major Division last season, and they really helped me individually just by just being very exciting. And it was a nice transition into the league. So thanks, Paragon.
Yeah, they are a great side, and they're always a great side to watch. You were saying that one of your sort of highlights of last season was that brilliant 6-6 draw against Lexaro, where they were 6-0 down at one point and managed to put it all the way back. But yeah, here we go. Here we go. We've got the map bans ready for you. And of course, it is a best of 2. So as you can see, you get 2 bans each, and then your pick, and then you've got that discarded map, which is Theme Park. So Villa and Oregon, the first off the chopping block, which is interesting. Oregon gone straight away, and Villa not too uncommon either. Cafe as well gone from Paragon, and then Coastline. So we're left with Clubhouse and Consulate, which I was saying before is an absolute joy because I haven't casted this map in about 3 months or so. It'll be good practice, definitely.
Yeah, certainly. You don't want to go into your fancy pants competition with no idea what any of the calls are on any of the maps. I can barely remember either because, as I was saying before, stats for you. Barnell and I, and all the qualifiers for various things we've done recently, we've casted 10 matches, 10 maps of Oregon, and then 4 maps of Clubhouse, and that's it. No other maps whatsoever. So I'm dead bored of Oregon, and I'm all right with Clubhouse right now. That's a perfect first map to start on. Consulate is just going to be a breath of fresh air, a nice relief, and I can't even remember. I don't even remember the last time I played it in the game. Really? Either it's always banned.
That's really strange. I end up on Consulate all the time, and I'm really bad at it. Really? So, but the strangest thing for that in your sort of stats for me is that you haven't done Cafe in ages, and that's just alien to me. I always seem to cast Cafe, but yeah, we've got these wonderful pair of maps. I think Clubhouse. I really don't know. I mean, we're going into this fairly blind in terms of sort of stats to pull from for Rucket Gaming at least, and Consulate is virtually never played anyway. I would have expected them to pick Theme out of the two. So yeah, I'm excited about that, and I think that we've just got to take a moment to think about how Paragon have ended up in this situation where they're the only team, I think, in the league's history that have actually stuck around after being demoted. A lot of them just dissolve and will just go separate ways, but they actually have faith in the sort of ecosystem, as it were, or at least I like to see it that way, and they want to fight their way back up, which is admirable. And as you've seen from previous seasons, last season especially, doesn't matter what division you're in, you still have a chance at getting that final say in things. And Shreks and Hobbits, despite departing the league after their victory, did manage to win the whole bloody thing from the bottom seed in second position of Open Division. So if they can do it, then why can't Paragon? And why can't Rocket Gaming?
I don't have an answer for you. I think they both can, certainly. It's going to be really interesting with Contenders this season because it was really exciting last season, even with only 5 teams by the end of it. And just one too many dropouts. I don't think any of these teams that we've got lined up are made of the stuff where they might drop out. I think they're all teams that are going to compete. They're going to try really hard. We've got some great new teams and some great older teams as well in this division. And it's going to be great fun. Rocket Gaming, we were both saying just before, we've not seen them. I haven't seen Rocket Gaming come out. I've only seen the stats, and they look very impressive. So they're going to have to impress us here today.
Well, yeah, I think they could be the dark horses of this because we saw Makers Academy, who managed a flawless streak through the qualifiers last week, and we got to see them once on stream, casted by yourself, and they were very impressive. Sort of nothing on the main side of Makers, who are looking at SI in the future, but they definitely look like a promising academy side as well, which is really good for the org and for the scene. But they managed to flawless. Rucket Gaming, sorry, there was also a Rocket Gaming in the quals, but this is Rucket. Rucket Gaming only lost 1 of their 5 best of ones, so they are also definitely up there in my estimations. They are essentially, they finished 3rd, but the team just above them, Esports, decided to not participate in the league. So in
Mhm.
my eyes, they finished second, and that means that out of the quals, they're looking very strong. And quite often, we've seen that teams that come through the open qualifiers, they land in the league with a massive bang. So I would keep an eye on Rucket Gaming in particular. I'd keep an eye on all the ones that came through the quals because they can always surprise you. They're the fresh ones. They're really hungry for it. And yeah, this is, like I said, just a good test to come up against these old hands here, the Paragon.
Yeah, being on the ball is going to be the one here. Apparently, some tech problems in the background from some of the players, so we might be waiting a little while. But off to a good start is the point I was trying to make with between these two teams, because Rocket, obviously, they're coming into this new league. They've got that momentum. They'll want to start nice and sharp, whereas the opposition coming down, they've got to try and remotivate themselves to move it on. And if those first few rounds, I think, will be quite crucial in this match. Not necessarily to the whole season, because there's a lot of time to change things around, but you never want to get off to a losing start. And on Clubhouse, it's developed a bit recently. Barnell's been arguing it's an attacker-favoured map now, especially in T4 as of late, and I tend to agree with him. We've seen a lot, especially towards the end of last season, even in the playoffs as well. So many attacking wins on Clubhouse. It almost seems favoured at this point.
I think one of the best things about this season, and this is relevant because last season it was an interesting time for the league, and the stat gathering wasn't as precise and clean as we'd like to. A bit of a transitional period, but a really good season nonetheless. This season, the back end systems that we have in place that have been built up by some incredible contributions from casters that you know, sorry, not Sapega, the real CCV.
Yeah, you don't know him.
Yeah, you don't know him. CCV and Two Doors, and as well as Noah and Doolan, I believe, have been working on this as well. It's the amount of work they put into the stat gathering and stat tracking that is set up for this season is immeasurable. And obviously this week we don't get to see as much of that come through because it's just the first week, but you just wait. When we get to the end of the season, there'll be so much juicy statistics to pull from. We'll know exactly how many rounds each team has won on every site, etc. Knowing exactly like how attacker favored Clubhouse was, for instance, in this league, if Barnell's theory is absolutely true or not. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to that, especially because it's been one of the big things about this sort of revamp for me.
That's quite exciting. I've also got my own secret stats that I'm not telling anyone about until the EBAC Awards at the end of the season. So keep your belts buckled. You're in for a ride, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm waiting to see who gets the most interrogations by the end of the season. I was really disappointed when we're going through like a load of the prep for one of the big leagues. That one of the stat tracking things was like there's a whole wealth of stat tracks, and I was just like, where's lifetime interrogations? Come on, like you got to bring me lifetime interrogations. I want to be able to pull that up and know exactly who the star Caveira is in this league. But maybe we'll get a cav pick, maybe we won't. Who knows? I really want to see some interrogations this season. I think last season was distinctly lacking in them.
Okay, well, maybe I'll add that to the list of things I'm collecting.
Do it now.
Yeah, one of which I will give away is the amount of times Barnell swears on stream. And his current count from the quals is 2. And I'm also doing it per map as well. So he's done it once on Oregon and once on Clubhouse.
The best thing about that is that we'll get to see at the end which map he hates the most.
Yeah, exactly. Which brings out the worst in different casters.
Yeah.
Great fun. I love it.
Yeah.
We have been sitting here for a while. What is going on
I don't know.
with these players? I've not heard anything in a while.
Still some technical problems apparently from some of the players. So hopefully we'll be getting into the matches soon. But we're at the mercy of technology here. And
might we throw to a short break to not bore the hell out of everyone?
I think we can entertain everyone. Do you
fine.
Do you have a piano to hand?
I do.
You do actually have a piano to hand. See, I've got a melodica right here. This keyboard right here it works, but I'd have to plug it in, and it's all faffy, whereas the melodica is just like immediate goodness.
All right, you're on.
Oh wow, snap! I did not expect that. So
you should always expect everything from me.
if I always expect everything, then that's the Incredibles paradox, right? I can't expect everything, because then what can I not expect?
Nothing.
I'm so lost. I think I've confused myself.
All right, Jerry. Official ECS theme tune. Go.
All right. Is that taken? I don't know. That I feel like that was a really nice off the cuff composition there. I was just improvising that.
Good effort. It's actually really coincidental, because that was the exact tune during one of the qualifying matches that Barnal was singing when he didn't realize we were live.
Oh really? I seen that clip, but I've never heard the.
He was
I didn't know the context.
Going, it's the final countdown.
That's brilliant. Probably because he was waiting for the countdown time.
Yeah, he was, but it was going on. That's the thing. I was like, Barnal, are you doing the intro? And he just sits there going, it's the final countdown. We're starting, and then the countdown goes like live in 10, and I was just like, he's gonna. I'm just gonna let him do it.
Nice. You're such a useful friend. Never throwing him under the bus. What was that first time you just left him hanging? He was like, I'm Barnal, and then you just went.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not going to say anything. Yeah,
yeah,
that was beautiful. All right.
It happens to the worst of us. It happened to me last season when I think Noah started the stream without me when I went to get a drink. So I walked back in. I was with CCV, and it was Shiro. I walked back in, and you see me in my element, just like sitting down and going, huzzah! And then I put my headset on, and he goes, Ebag, are you going to enjoy this fine match? I'm like, this fine match? That sounds fishy. We're probably live. Dear me.
Amazing. I just let's refocus slightly on the game at hand. I think people have listened to us wittering on a little bit too much, and maybe just a bit of a wider scope on what we've seen so far in the Contenders and what we can expect to see. Because the odd thing about the Contenders division is that it's filled up now with, we've gotten 5 newcomers to this division, and those are the teams. I think most of them some of them we've seen play already. Fallacy managed to sweep away Aqualix, but Aqualix were they are the new faces of Waifu Warriors. Yes, so they were looking a little bit. I wasn't impressed with their attacking. Basically, I think Fallacy were about even with them on the defensive halves of things, but on the defending halves. But when it came to Fallacy defending against Aqualix, Aqualix just didn't have any answer to it. So I think that's really where they need to be looking to. I don't know. You had a really good sort of experience of that casting yesterday, but from a viewer's perspective, it just looked like they were really struggling with those attacks.
Yeah, well, it wasn't fantastic. I caught a bit of that game. I was a little bit busy.
Oh, sorry, you weren't casting it.
Yeah, in other leagues. I was casting, just not in ECS. Unfortunately, I did manage to catch up a little bit on the round differential, 14-7 over both maps, I believe.
Yeah, so I think Aqualix picked up something like 1 or 2 defensive rounds total, which was they didn't get any on Oregon, which was just a bit worrying. But Fallacy, they've definitely sort of jumped into the league with aplomb. So the rest of the rest of our teams that are yet to play, we've got Makers Academy, who I'm really excited to see. Manic, who got promoted from the Open Division. And then The Last Resort, who are a big team. We've seen them in other competitions for a very long time, and they finally made their way into ECS. So I'm really excited to see them. And then Speechless Academy, who I've never come across before, but they were fairly impressive in the qualifiers. So there are a lot of big teams this season in Contenders, and a lot of big orgs, more than we're used to, I think. It's just good to see the league grow.
It is. The league is massive. It's gone from this small little thing, and it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's almost worrying for major division. That kind of crossover, it's getting ever more eradicated. I think we've been talking a lot last season, especially about how the gap between major and contenders isn't that massive. They are, of course, major teams. You'd expect they're generally better, but when they play up against each other in these playoff matches, a lot of the time the underdogs seem to be winning those games quite a lot. I mean, we've seen that consistently over the last few seasons during the playoffs. Smaller teams winning out against bigger ones. So this season, I think playoffs are going to be almost impossible to call, even after all the stats we gather from this season.
Yeah, and in case you're new to ECS and you're wondering how this whole system works, it's an interesting one in terms of the three divisions. But the way it works is that we have open quals at the beginning of the season to fill up some spots that have been left open. But we have the major division, contenders division, and open. And the higher up you are, major being the highest, the more likely you are to progress to the playoffs, and the easier a time you'll have in the championship playoffs at the end. But it is entirely possible for you to come in as a fresh team into the open division or into the contenders division and qualify for those playoffs and even win the whole thing, which is what we saw Shreks and Hobbits manage last season. And yeah, it's just it's a good system. It allows teams that want to stick around and have that kind of regular game experience to progress up the divisions and make things easier for themselves and fight tougher opposition. But also, if team fancies their chances and thinks, right, we can go in and we can blaze the whole thing in one go, they can turn up and they can try and do their best, but it will be much harder that way for them. So yeah, last season, like I said, we saw Shreks and Hobbits manage to take it, but the season before, it was the topping side of Lions Creed that just won the whole thing anyway. So it can go either way. And yeah, I think that this season especially is going to be quite a scary one for those top sides, given how many big new sides we saw come in through the qualifiers and the challenges that they can offer to these titans at the top.
Well, I am now 100% out of things to say. I think we covered just about everything we can at this point.
20 years ago,
the
game of Counter-Strike was invented, and it led to, it's just to give a like a huge long history of how Siege came to be. Now,
I'm trying to think. We talked about the league, the teams, the players, random other things that are not related to Siege.
Maybe we can talk a little bit about Consulate, because I feel like before we see Clubhouse, we could talk all day for Clubhouse while it's happening, but Consulate happening later is something that I'm keen to hype up. I'm keen to really dig into this because it just doesn't happen very often in our lovely little grassroots scene. And yeah, I think that there are a lot of things going on in sort of at the top tier that can be sort of used to inspire teams down here that want to kind of push up. And Consulate is one of those places where you really can sort of just steal strats from the best. We've seen a lot of teams, for instance, G2 at the weekend in their finals against BDS, taking the Archives Teller site as their primary, which is just so unusual, or it had been for a very long time.
Didn't go particularly well for them, must be said.
No, it didn't.
It really didn't. Twice in a row.
They lost it twice, but there are a lot of sides that do prefer that site to all of the others, essentially, because they've been so well played out. And, you know, the Garage retake, for instance, in a post plant is one of the hardest in the game. If they get a diffuser down, that's pretty much game over. CEO now, no one wants to defend CEO. Top floor is just a nightmare for defenders because all the attackers have to do is get on repel and bait aggression. And it can get really, really sort of claustrophobic up there when you've got about a million angles to worry about and you're trying to get picks. So, you know, sometimes you see more lobby holds, sometimes you see more Archives Teller holds. And I think that once we get there, we're going to get a real flavor for how these teams like to play it. But I expect to see probably every site played on Consulate. I'm not going to lie. That's one of the best things about it in my eyes. A lot of people call for it to go, but I think there are a few maps that can hold a candle to Consulate in terms of site variety, at least.
Yeah, they're all very different.
They are.
They're not it's not just that they're all good or they all have different kind of levels of strength. They're all different types of defenses, and you can defend them in multiple ways. I love the 3-floor verticality of a Archives Teller's defense,
Yeah.
because you can hold that bottom floor really strong. You can hold the top floor, the middle, a bit of all of them, but then you're weaker in various areas. So that then invites attackers to figure out what the plan is and then execute well, which we saw BDS do incidentally in that game. They noticed the weak points and struck, which is a very difficult thing to do. These teams certainly capable of that against each other, and inviting that sort of excellence from your opposition is the sort of thing that Consulate does. I think it kind of pushes teams to think outside the box on all of these different sites, especially on their attacks in particular.
Yeah, it's not a map where you can take a stock 5 operators on attack and expect it to be the perfect solution to every site. You know, you might want a thermite if you're thinking that that bottom floor is going to be chosen, but then elsewhere he's not especially useful. So do you mix that up with an ace or a Habana? Do you go Maverick to just have that kind of bit more of a Swiss knife approach? On attacking the top floor, you might be tempted to bring, say, a Blackbeard just to get that advantage on the repels. But then, in all honesty, is that sacrificing utility and usefulness when you're pushing the bottom floor or any other site for that matter? The windows are always going to be relevant, but you know, you've got these options. Nomad sees a lot of play, and it's just a much more varied map, I think, than a lot of people give it credit for. And I personally, I would be disappointed to see it go from the map pool. My personal thought is that maybe Coastline should go, maybe even Clubhouse. I don't know, but I think Clubhouse is quite well balanced, so people would hate me for saying that. But
yeah, I think that it's relatively simple for a lot of Consulate, because Consulate is so very close to being a brilliant map. It's a very good map. I close a couple of windows, like change some of the spawns so that it's less easy to just spawn peek like mad, and it instantly becomes more comfortable as a map. And make it more like Theme Park, because Theme Park still has its the new Theme Park. It does have its jump out areas, certainly, that are a bit of an issue, but it's a lot more of a risk for a defender as opposed to Consulate. I think slightly more. Maybe take a, what was the map they did it for? Was it Cafe, where they rejigged it so that the spawns were a bit safer? I can't recall.
I mean, they did something similar, but to a lesser extent to Consulate a very long time ago. And I think, honestly, and I think what they call it is a map buff rather than a map rework, where they just change a few little things about it and hope to fix a few problems. Clubhouse was also buffed back in the day to give it construction and connect the whole top floor.
Yes.
It just seems so long ago now, but yeah, I can understand why people call for Consulate to go. It is the longest standing map now in the map pool. We've seen Bank go and Border recently, and I think it's just a matter of time. But that is, that's just how Siege works. And honestly, Chalet is waiting in the wings. I would not be opposed to seeing Chalet come into the map pool. I absolutely
Chalet and
love
Skyscraper.
Really enjoying playing Chalet recently.
You've played it. How lucky for you.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Unranked is the place to go if you want to play it, by the way. Do not go to Ranked if you want to play Chalet. Everyone's banning it. But yeah, Unranked, people are like, yeah, I don't want to play Cafe again.
Okay, well, good for you.
Sometimes, yeah.
Not
I mean, okay, maybe it's just my luck.
Exclusively play Unranked. Maybe it's just Xbox.
You got to tactically ban, right? You know, you see Chalet, you see Canal, you see let's say Clubhouse in the pool. What you do, you ban Canal, and then wait, that doesn't work. You ban Clubhouse. They will ban Canal, then you get Chalet. That's how it works.
No, just both teams ban Chalet. That's all that happens. Trying to get Barnow to coordinate a plan with me is next to impossible.
All right. We're still waiting on our players, unfortunately. Still a couple of technical issues, but yeah. It's really frustrating, isn't it? You know how imagine if we had actually started.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
We started slightly late with this little pre-show talk because of a couple of technical issues on our production end. But yeah, now we're sitting here trying to think about things to say. We've done a massive deep dive on Consulate. I think the only thing left to talk about really is possibly Clubhouse. But
Okay.
what
I
hasn't
mean,
been said about Clubhouse? It's Clubhouse.
maybe a few things. Not being late
Is
is beautiful.
beautiful, lovely.
Yes, absolutely wonderful. Um, the
We will always mock Shiro for his English. We love you,
of
really, Shiro.
course,
Anyway,
yes, we do. We've been doing this for I think 37 minutes. Part of
doesn't
that was repeated because we were live for some of it. There you go. Great job.
Not my microphone. Lovely, beautiful.
Okay,
Procaster right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Clubhouse. Actually, one thing I could talk about, because we're doing it's 2 maps. Obviously, let's talk about that because there's a whole stink at the moment about not just with stand. Well, the one thing in the Siege community at the moment that's also kind of popping up is this best of 5 debate.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen
And
that.
I wondered what were your thoughts on that.
I think having watched 3 separate best of 5s now over the past weekend, I'm tempted to say that they might be a little bit over the top. I'm not sure because obviously I'm biased here because we've got a best of 5 waiting for us at the end of the season. I do think it's a really great way of kind of hyping up the finale and making it that big occasion, but at the same time usually a best of 3 is enough to determine who the victor should be, right? And it's more of a test of how wide a team's map pool is and how well they can endure, and not necessarily which is the best team. I think the G2 BDS game possibly an exception to that. When best of 5s go the full distance, then you can say, okay, that is worthy of it. But there are so many where it's just like you see teams peter out after the 3rd map and it just ends 3-1, and you think, well, was that really necessary?
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's an interesting topic, but I can see both sides of the coin here.
With the best of 3 as the other option, you could argue, as a team, your choice in bans of maps and how you got them to be picked could be more important, because if you're really good at all the maps and you want to take them to them all, and you're that kind of good team who can do all that, that's great in a best of 5. If you're in a best of 3, you could be argued you don't get to show some of your strong stuff, but at the same time that makes the bans more important as the opposite. So you've got to be tactical and clever with the way that you predict and counter your opponent just at the beginning of the game. The ban phase could be one of the most important things. So it's a good back and forth. I think base level might just be a bit too long for everyone to keep up on.
I think it's
because
one of those
even
things...
I didn't watch all of the game the other day.
I
tuned in halfway through.
It might be one of those oversights that's sort of left over from a bygone era where the maps were shorter and there was a wider map pool. So you wouldn't end up with this interesting sort of best of 5 banning system that we have now where it's 2 immediate picks, right? That would never have happened with a 9 map pool. But now that we've got a 7 map pool, now that each map can go to 15 rounds and you've got pick phase and 6 pick phase, it's a long slog for everyone involved. And the players obviously being foremost of importance in that sort of consideration. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I do wonder whether there'll be some big announcement at SI about how they restructure things. But the thing I'm looking forward to most in terms of like new things in comp is new maps, right? I know I was singing Consulate's praises, but it's on the chopping block. Here's my hot take. I want to see Consulate and Coastline go from the pool, all right? Or Consulate and Clubhouse. I want to see them 2 maps go and 2 maps come in. Which maps those are? Not too sure. Maybe there's going to be a reworked bank or something.
Yeah,
I would be 100% in favor of a reworked bank. Chalet should definitely come in, I think. There's an argument for Skyscraper, but I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit just off the boil in terms of being competitively viable. There are some spots which are just a bit nah. Defensive vibe. Favela.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
The long-awaited Favela rework, where not everything is a destructible wall.
I mean, it's just a really nice environment. There are some really enjoyable maps in casual that it feels like a throwback when you play them and you think, whoa, this game is so it has so much variation within it.
I had so much fun in the Legacy event on Plane. Plane is just a brilliant map. It's so it doesn't make sense for comp, but
No.
it's just so much fun.
Like Yacht, like
Yacht,
the
yeah, I forgot about
aesthetic of Yacht is awesome. It's such a great idea for a map. I mean, so in terms of making maps and thinking about how map reworks are done, I was thinking get two done in one. Because a lot of people wanted to combine things, like you have like a hangar area, like a rework for plane could be the plane is in a hangar bay, so you have
Yeah.
the plane in the middle as an area, and then you have areas around it as well, or something potentially like that. Or it's like being constructed and taken apart, so you've got sections of it as well.
That would break my
And
little
I
heart
thought,
if the plane from plane was being like torn apart and you had to play through it. I would, oh man, that would make me cry every time it came up.
okay, there's that, or the alternative is you crash plane into into favela, and then you've got like favela with plane in the middle. So you've got like two like a crossover map that's really interesting and bizarre, and then you've got like kind of diagonal funny sections within the middle.
That's the bit that would excite me the most. I was about to pick up on that. Is if you end up crashing plane into favela, unless it's like a completely lateral crash, it just like skids into the favela. Everything remains upright. Then you're gonna have slopes and Siege with slopes. Oh, it's like a whole other world. I can't imagine it. I mean, you get stairs, but like, that would be quite fun.
Yeah,
I bet a load of stuff would break. Like everything in the game would break if they started making slopes. You would be able to do anything.
Have we actually got players in the lobby?
We have players in the lobby.
Correctly. I'm ready to almost go to like the mid map break right now. I think we're not just bringing you Clubhouse and Consulate today. We're bringing you the Caster's Desk, which is probably the most exciting battle so far. Look at those predictions as well. We got the community and staff predictions, Jerry.
Those are beautiful. So no one predicting a draw right there on the first map, but Paragon having the edge. And here we are finally, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us during that extended pre-show. It was an absolute pleasure to talk our hearts out. But now we finally get to let the players do the talking. Metaphorically, of course, we're still going to be here.
Yeah, you may have been enjoying the final countdown. This is the first countdown, the round ticking down on the picks, and Thatcher is the first ban we get. We've seen so much like hard breed. You'd expect a Maverick, but we get Monty. The probably the second tier of picks that you expect would be probably Monty and Nomad. I'd expect on the attack, and Monty been brought out in fashion for Contenders, actually. Contenders division, I said all the way through last season, you always see Monty banned out on Clubhouse and Oregon. And it's good that these teams, neither of which were in Contenders last time, have continued that tradition.
I feel like Monty is a very strong ban that gets overlooked sometimes because the alternatives are often like a hard breach or a Maverick. A Maverick does change up a lot of how this map is played, and interesting that he's been let through. So any sort of Wardenal is going to be pretty rubbish now for this map. But Monty does a very specific job, and he's the only one who can do it. So I'm a big fan of Monty bans in general, just because it seems a bit more effective than banning, say, a hard breacher, which is just going to, mean that the team you're opposing just has to sort of adjust very slightly. Valkyrie and Maestro, the final two bans there. Valk ban's becoming ever more popular, but I haven't seen a Maestro ban in quite a while, and he's a very powerful operator. Limited intel options now for the defense.
I've seen quite a lot of Maestro recently on Clubhouse, but that's always when paired with a Mira, a Kaid, both of whom are playable this time around, and we see that Kaid coming out straight away on CC, and we've got quite a few interesting. I was about to point out the IQ actually, but it was faked out by Taps. He's moving to the Ash instead. I'm already tired. Man, the game hasn't even started yet.
Don't worry, just wait till we get the adrenaline pumping. It will all come to life again. Okay,
I'm not only doing this; I'm doing the next game as well.
You are. You've got a long slog ahead of you. Don't worry. I'll do some of the stupid amount of shouting for you, and you can save some of your breath for Barney, who is waiting diligently to cast the next game, which I can't wait.
Well rested.
He's going to be well rested. That next game as well is. Let's just have a quick look at the schedule. That's going to be Speechless versus Makers Academy, so do definitely stick it out for that one. It's going to be a hoot. Here we are, though. Paragon versus Rucket Gaming, and we've got a cash defense. Wamai and Jaeger combo, Malusi, Mute and Kaid. This Kaid Electrocore is going to make things a little bit inconvenient for the attackers, but they should be able to open up that wall and then have the kind of wonderful electrified air to have to run through, which I still consider a bug, but I don't know. I think no one's bothered to fix it by this point, so they just accept it as reality. And yeah, that's going to be Maverick's job to try and get that open, as well as the sledge of Kaz.
I think we've seen a big shift, not just in general from the shift in metas, but one main thing that's come out of that is the fact that breaches they very rarely stay closed anymore on any map, even at this level of play. It's not just the top players, it's everyone at every tier manages to get the breach open at some point. It's very rare that it's closed. And a lot of teams opting not to bring denial, so it's interesting to see so much utility for Rucket Gaming that they have. Early on, not much going on. No aggressive peaks that are taking out any attackers. Rucket Gaming playing it relatively tight and safe. Maverick just waiting maybe for a call.
So look at what they've done here, Rucket Gaming. They've cheesed up that wall. They shot big holes in it before reinforcing it. And that's meant that the destruction from the sledge is very difficult. And it's made it a little bit kind of janky right here. And now they've got to deal with this wall as well, using an impact from the Zofia lifeline. Taps is going to tap one of those defenders away, though. Ponev going down, and now we've got the Ashe inside of construction with control. But does she know that the Mute is just to her left? That is a big question that I think... Sorry, not the Mute. There's a player inside of logistics, I believe. If we could get a quick top-down view, I might be wrong about that. Sorry, that's a defender.
It's Kaz.
It's Kaz.
Taps,
Kaz is fine.
With his teammate next to him, takes the shot, but he's taken a shot to his own head. Kaid across the way from Red, getting a lovely shot to bring things back a bit more for Rucket Gaming. They'll be happier in that 4-3 deficit than the 5.
Than the 5 what? I'm so lost. Oh, the 5. Oh,
then the 5.
I got it. That makes sense. Okay, Ruse has managed to take a refrag onto Milo, but Riley takes him down immediately afterwards. That Jaeger getting very aggressive. We've got Igon and Gilzef last alive. Igon possibly holding a C4, which could be pivotal to deny any plants, but there he goes as Bill just swings on him. Gilzef still playing inside of rafters, but he doesn't expect the elevated position from Bill. A wonderful two-piece to close things out from the leader of Paragon, and they take the first round of the Contenders division for themselves.
He is the leader, and he rises literally to the occasion to finish it off. 1 round advantage at the beginning. It's exactly what Paragon would have wanted, as we were talking about far too much in the pre-game, is how important it is to get off to a strong start, and the attackers certainly did that. Not much resistance, despite the amount of utility brought by Rucket. They threw the book at it. You know, they brought everything that you should bring to deny, except for that little bit of magic, that little bit of energy that you want to win through a round, to get those trades especially. That's the one thing that needs to keep consistently doing, is getting trades, especially when you're on the back foot. You need to make sure that you don't lose out too much, but they really didn't contest enough in those fights. Only 2 kills in the round.
Yeah, certainly so. And those going to Ruse and Igon, and notably with both of their kills, they were immediately refragged as well. In fact, no, Igon's one was a little bit delayed, but Ruse's one immediately refragged after he pushed aggressively onto that breach. So certainly punishing for them. Paragon have gotten off to a strong start, and what I'd like to see potentially is a bit more extension here from Rucket Gaming to give themselves an edge early on. They were very contained in that round, and I don't think that they really challenged anything beyond construction for the most part. They had an early roam in Ponev, but he was taken down. And I think really, if you're going to have someone alone out there, he needs to get value or he needs support to be able to refrag. And neither of those things happened. So he might be hoping for a better time of it this time round. Igon playing a little bit further afield inside of Secret, but he can easily dart his way up red stairs should things get a bit too hot for him down there.
Yeah, he did this last time, watching for that sneaky entrance from the tunnel just to catch somebody off, but nobody's coming from there. They're all going very, very warehouse-centric at the moment. The Jaeger of Rouse sitting underneath, just waiting to see if he can get a nice early kill. And Paragon, they can play it slow. They've got the time to drone things out, to burn out this utility. That is the strong part of Rucket's lineup. They might not have an extension, but they do have a kill in their hands. A lovely shot with the MP5K. The first one coming out from the Wamai of, where is that? Gilzith, yeah. Gilzith.
And that's a big deal because, as we all know, opening frags are very important, but even more so for the defense because the stats are heavily in their favor when they get an opening frag and it's not replied to very quickly by the attack. Their chances of success, statistically, just looking at all of Siege comp, go way up. And it's just the nature of defending on this game. You know, Bill now doesn't have, well, a life anymore, so he's in the game, and that means that he takes those X-Kairos with him, whereas pretty much everyone on defense has their utility already set, and doesn't really matter if they throw their lives away, as Ponef has done. Unfortunately, Milo finding the head of that Melusi once again, he being the first defender to go down, but Milo immediately sat back down there by the player from Rafters, sends out a Pokeball, Gilzith, but it's not going to meet its mark, and Milo can crawl away to relative safety with about 55 seconds left on the clock. It will be a bit of a difficult task for anyone on the attack to pick him up. They're all pushing from construction, so I think this might just be a call to go for frags right here, especially seeing as he had Diffuser as well.
Yep, it was a Pokeball, but it wasn't a Master Ball. Does not catch the opposition. Still alive out there. There is no one there for the revive, though. I keep rhyming by accident. Taps coming in close inside of Cash. Too close, exposing his own face to the Jaeger, who gets a lovely double rouse. Rousing his opposition. Can they strike back? Not at all. Milo shot down as well. The downed man. Only Riley remaining. He shoots out Rouse. 15 seconds to make it happen in a 1 versus 3. All against him. Can he rise to the occasion? Likely not. A C4 flies towards his feet. He can't shoot it out. He is exploded. Rucket Gaming exploding themselves. They reattempted this site. I was debating whether that was a smart move or not. They showed that it was.
Absolutely, and a great little toss at the end there of the C4, but Rouse the real star of the round, getting that double kill to deny the push through from construction. It was looking a little bit dire for Paragon already with Milo on the deck outside, but that didn't really matter in the end. It was enough of a it was enough of a rally from the defense to hold them off, and that's rewarded them with their first round on the board. So heading down to basement now, as is tradition, and we're going to see a castle come out, but no other signs of an SSG roam. So I'm intrigued. I wonder if this is going to be a lockout strat with the castle, which we rarely see.
Yeah, it indicates a couple of different things, this lineup. So I would expect with the 6-picked castle, you would expect that bar extension with a couple of barricades, as we usually see. It looks like that's what he's going for. And they've got certain vertical angles open. We've seen Legion roam a couple of times recently during the qualifiers around that first floor in the bar area to use those goo mines early to try and catch off attackers. But the strangest thing for me is the 6-pick was from the smoke. So there is no smoke on a basement defense, which is very bizarre. It's bizarre to see no smoke anyway, but here? Can you...
I was going to say that the weirdest thing from my perspective is that you can justify the Melusi and the Legion to slow down any sort of rush, which is often a danger when you go for this kind of roam play, but the Kaid is an odd one, especially knowing that Maverick is on the board, and that wall is bound to get open for free, which it has been. This is often a quick counter to any sort of roam strat, is to just focus on blue and Kitchen Hatch and go from there. But Kitchen Hatch is going to be considerably more difficult with that Electroclaw on it. So it looks like he has one in pocket and he's getting ready to deny it with this nice little open hole that he's just made with the Magnum. Rouse playing above as well should be able to shoot off any pellets that do land on those hatches, as well as socks. So it looks like they are playing the roam, but they're also looking to actively deny that kind of kitchen push that we see quite often.
Yep, but that means they're exposed at the court. They're not ready for a site rush, which is definitely what's happened. Taps, though, not ready for the angle from the Kaid. Quickly reflagged by Riley. A lovely move in, and they've taken the site. Milo's going to be planting.
He is, and that diffuser will go down absolutely with no contention whatsoever from the defenders, who now have to rotate back to site. A lovely peek right there from Riley, sweeping out the main player. Sock now trying to retake here. He has to swing with the shotgun, but giving away his position and opening another hole for himself. Can he find an opening here? Rao's playing the long angle and actually helps his teammate out there, taking down Riley. That's the first obstacle. One deep inside of Dirt, though, and that's going to be hell to try and challenge with the SMG-11. Milo does light up Rao's in main, but it's not enough, and Malusi will stay standing. Kaz hits a Guma, and that's going to be a real pain, but a lovely headshot's going to make a case for him to stay alive, and he finds the second. A lovely push and a brazen one coming out of the safety of Dirt to challenge onto every remaining defender and doing it beautifully.
Paragon didn't give us enough time to make the point that we're about to, which is that when you have this extension, yes, you can hold maybe the hatches quite well, but as you pointed out, exposed to that tunnel rush, and with so many extended players, you can just afford to lose a man or two running in. You get those refrags, you plant, defend it. With the hatches now closed completely, they're electrical, they're not open, it's harder to retake. So a little bit silly from those defenders. You've got to be ready for that move. You cannot let them catch you off that simply. A great adjustment from the attack of Paragon. Again, Rucket Gaming, a bit of a misplay on their first attempt, and again, they are going to reattempt and try and fix that with, again, the same line. No, not exactly the same. They've not brought the castle.
No, instead, I think this might be a bit more of a lockout. Looking at the way that Mute is investing his jammers, it's more in terms of wall denial this time round. I expect to see them just leave the roam alone and try and lock up shop down here. Igon as well investing his Kaid Electroclaw on that outer wall yet again. I'm going to say that's just not worth it. You might as well be keeping hold of one to deny Moto Hatch and force the Maverick to try and open that, or have one on Kitchen Hatch. There's just so many better uses for that Electroclaw when you know that essentially the Maverick can get into Dirt for free. So I wonder what's going to happen down there, especially with Sock looking to aggress into the tunnel, maybe meet that attack head on. I wonder how that's going to work out for him.
When you know that move is coming, of course, there are lots of operators who can do that job. Mute, very, very strong with the shotgun SMG-11 option as well as a C4. It's still a bit odd that the smoke isn't in play, especially considering that sort of strategy we just saw from Paragon. And you'd expect some players to at least do a similar thing.
I feel as though leaning away from smoke isn't too bad an idea. He does provide a massive amount of time denial, but he's also one of those operators that doesn't set his utility and then forget. He actually has to remain active for the whole round for it to count.
Yeah, it's no smoke and no Goyo as well. Just very, very little in terms of delaying and warding off attackers. And they've not. I'm not seeing them offering anything up else at the moment, other than that first kill onto Milo. So count me wrong at the beginning of this round.
That is an important frag as well. That is an important frag as well onto Milo. Taking out the Maverick in that situation is pretty big, but as you can see there, the impact tricks on Kitchen Hatch are not what they used to be with the Hibana buff. It's just a matter of time before she gets it open eventually. And good that you managed to burn that time, but also, you know, a player standing underneath trying to impact it could also be someone roaming, or it could be someone without impacts and with a set of barbed wire or a deployable camera or a shield even. And I don't know whether it's worth wasting that time anymore, or whether you just sort of invest in other utility. Either way, the defenders do find themselves a man up, so we can't fault them for that. And for some reason as well this time around, no pressure through Dirt, though the wall has been opened. Gilseth with another kill on this round. Yeah, no, sorry. Was that a second?
Hatch. Yeah, I believe it was a second for the Wamai. Up through the kitchen hatch that opened above him. A bit silly from Paragon. You can't afford to lose those fights. Bill taking a lot of damage in Oil Pit as well. He's completely isolated. A solo push. He has dealt a lot of damage to the Jaeger, but the key kill is that one coming round the Kaid. And on the other side, Poneth getting the better of the remaining standing player of, I believe, Taps.
Well, that's pretty much it for him, and he's going to be trying to just jiggle peek this. I really want Sock to get this kill. for a very particular reason. Kaz will get one just to pad the stats a little bit, but it is Sok who actually gets that kill, and I believe that's a team ace from Rucket Gaming on that defense.
Really?
I was wrong at the very start when I said that was the second kill in a row for Gilzeth, because what was happening there, I remembered that the first kill was an MP5K, but that was from the Wamai, not from the Mute. Wait. Oh
No,
my god,
but
I'm so confused. How many MP5Ks were there?
was Wamai.
Gilzeth was Wamai.
I think Mute definitely had the SMG-11.
It was
Given the fact
Igon.
he was contesting...
I think Igon got the opening kill. I wrote it... No, I didn't write it down. No, I did write it down. Oh, my brain is falling to pieces. Help me out.
I can't really help you.
I think I didn't see the carbine kill. I think Rouse missed out on a kill, so that might be the lack of a team ace there. My bad.
It's perfectly fine.
I'm
game,
sure.
it's surprisingly even. So it's been very back and forth. Rucket Gaming, they bring us to a defensive site. They look a bit weak, and then second time round, they bring it out as if nothing happened. So a nice ability to reset themselves, but in order to win, they're going to have to set the pace straight away, and it's a bit easier to do that when they reattempt a site again because of the rotation allowing them to play this top floor site. They won it last time. Now that they've tried it twice, maybe the third time they can get the lead for the first time in this map.
I think every single round that they've managed to find that opening frag as well, they've come out on top. So that's really making a difference for them. And the adjustments that they make to try and get that opening frag, to read into the attacking style of Paragon, it's important. And they find themselves 2-2, which is not ideal. Already Paragon are looking pretty good for this attacking half of theirs because, well, you know, 2 is the par. 2 is the benchmark that they need to surpass. So if they get another round here, it's a bonus, and it sets them off well for their defensive half. But I feel like the momentum is more with Rucket Gaming, especially if they continue along the line of going to cash. Obviously, if they win here, they won't be able to go to basement again, so they'll have to show us a gym defense. But they seem to look strong, and I think that they can hold this, quite honestly, as long as they get an opening frag here, which Ruse looks like he's ready to do.
Well, in the wise words of Ted Mosby, make adjustments, go get it energized. And that's what Rucket Gaming have done so far. Again, getting that entry frag that has been so useful for them so far. Taps being a live drone to try and find this Malusi, but before she gets away, but it seems like she has, sneaking all the way through church, hiding there. What a good start for Rucket yet again. And capitalized upon Socks with the SES shotgun.
That's a wonderful bit of aggression there as well. Coming out of the site to just snag a freebie for himself, and now he's back in the safety of Cash. And this is a really horrible situation for Paragon. They know that one is far away from them. Gilzeth's going to compound that horror for them, getting the lovely long angle onto the repelling player of Riley, who's just contesting the angle into rafters. And now it's all on Bill and Milo. And Milo's taking a bit of a beating elsewhere, it would seem. But they just need something in this situation. They have time on their side, a minute to work with, but do they have the gun skill?
It's been a bit of a 50-50 on gun skill so far in this match. It's very difficult to tell, especially even in terms of rounds. But we've not seen any kind of clutch play. We've not seen any magic moments so far this match from anyone. And this is going to be telling for Paragon. Can they bring it back from this position? It looks like they're taking almost a tactical timeout, just sitting here.
Yeah, it's one of the only tactical timeout 2v5s I've seen. And they picked a nice room to have a snooze in, the master bedroom, even though it's a little bit blood splattered. And Bill is now finally trying to contest this. They want to try and pad some of those stats, get a few kills, and they won't even do that as Pornef gets his second of the round. Bill now prone, just waiting for the aggression to come to him, but Rucket Gaming are having none of it. They know how to win this round. They're just sitting tight and waiting for their third point on the scoreboard.
Very patient when you're sitting at the edge of a flawless round. And you could pretty much call that flawless. They did everything perfectly. Well-timed aggression across the map from multiple players to get the strong advantage. And then the attackers had no idea what to do. Again, isolated in the 3 versus 5 situation, like we saw on their first no, the second basement defense from Rucket. The attackers, you had 2 together and 1 separate. I recall a Hibana in Oil Pit being completely isolated and caught out, then bring it to a 2 versus 5. They not really adjusting when they're in these disadvantaged positions, Paragon. It seems whoever gets off on the right foot wins at the moment.
Yeah, certainly, and that can just be Siege sometimes, but this round right here is going to be absolutely pivotal. Whoever takes this one is going to have a massive say in who takes the entire map, and I'd like to highlight 2 things going into this. One, we've got the use of a mirror from Igon, and that's important. It's a very useful operator to have on this site in particular. She's really shows her strength here, and it's why she often makes her way through the ban phase, because she's not as prevalent on other sites, and those being the more favored ones. So, you know, why ban an op that's only going to be useful on one site? It means that a lot of teams do have a mirror strat ready for cash. But the more important thing, I think, in my eyes, is that buck, and especially the fact that it was 6 picked to by Kaz from a Glaz, which we were expecting to be 6 picked off, let's not lie, but the buck can be incredibly good at just dismantling any sort of gym setup, especially when you have mirror windows in place that are pivotal to the way that you will hold it. Those can be disabled so easily from beneath, and as long as Kaz is protected and droned in effectively, then he can wreak absolute havoc underneath the site.
He certainly can mirror kind of the counterbalance in terms of slightly less regular operators you see round to round who can really make a big impact. She's gone for that logistics setup. I love saying Mira's put a window down in logistics. It's one of the most exciting things you can see in a game. You are very exposed to the hatch potentially, but if you play it right, you have the enough support, you can make that a very strong area to hold when attackers come from this east side, which Paragon are doing so far. A lot of men committed to this move.
Yeah, bonus of that buck is definitely speeding up the breach there. They didn't have to contend with the cheesy wall that they've had to worry about before, as he can just shoot out all of those soft wall pieces much more quickly than the sledge is able to. Now we see Gilzeth trapped inside of Cash, but he knows that he's not long for this world. His entire job here is to waste time and maybe, possibly, get a frag out of it. Does spot the drone and finally gets rid of it, and he's coming under a lot of pressure from the multiple holes opened up from him. But Rouse with an impressive flank there, and a key one onto Riley. That's the top of red stairs removed as an attacking position, and now someone has to take it up to apply more pressure. Kaz, though, with a very key refrag, stationed downstairs to get the Jaeger, and now to force Gilzeth into this engagement, but he will win it, and he whips out the pistol to try and take the second, but Bill is there to pick up the slack. 3 versus 3 now, with a minute left to go. They have cash control, construction control as well, but they have yet to come face to face with these mirrors.
Very, very well-timed aggression from the defenders, and despite the fact it cost their lives, they did manage to trade 1 each, and they've wasted a lot of time. Not too much ground taken by Paragon. Now coming into contention with that mirror in logistics. The hatch just about to be open. Yes, now it is. And Mira, she's throwing that C4, I think, a bit early. Did she try and throw that on the hatch?
No, she still has her C4. I think that
she had it in hand, but she did not throw it.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit disappointed to see Kaz above and looking to drop logistics here. Of course, it gives him a way into the building, but he can't exert that beneath pressure. And Sox is now taken out taps, so it's all on these remaining 2 attackers. Bill has just managed to force his way past the mirror, however, so that's going to make it easier for them to push, and he will take Igon with him as well. A bit of a slow reaction to the repositioning of the attackers there. 2 versus 2 now. Bill's just swinging on Bathroom, and he gets taken down in the process. Hornef can't really do much in this situation other than just shoot the attackers as they come straight towards him, and that is exactly what he will do. They're just offered up on a plate to him.
Yep, what's the word? Rectiform, I think, attack there at the very end from Paragon. Just running in through one doorway. Just didn't do enough early round. Again, a very strong showing from Rucket. They've suddenly pulled it together. They looked a bit back and forth, but now they've got on a roll a little bit more. Paragon looking a bit weaker. As I said before the game, Clubhouse, it seems to be relatively attacker-favoured at the moment at this level of play, certainly in the qualifiers, and again, it looks quite true. And
no.
Oh,
that
sorry.
Was a defense, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, completely wrong way around. Well, Paragon will be hoping that I am completely wrong in more ways than one by bringing it back on their defense, which is slightly more traditionally correct.
I've done that exact same thing about a million times, where you look at the top and you see the icons, and it's like, oh wait, no, but they've just swapped. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, I suppose it's more traditional. What we're seeing right here, that 4-2 split on defense for Rucket Gaming, and like I said, that last round absolutely pivotal, especially it being the only gym defense that we saw Rucket Gaming manage to bring out, and important that they held it. It looked like that Paragon had actually a good attack going there. Again, yeah, just funneling through one doorway. It's never a good strategy on any map, and right here, it just proved to be their undoing. Despite the logic control that they gained at the very end, they just didn't really use it, bar that one kill to take it down to a 2 versus 2. I would have liked to see perhaps a push along that main corridor. I think... Actually, no, sorry, they didn't push through one doorway, did they? The Hibana swung onto bathroom from the top of main stairs, but that just didn't work. I think that's what happened there. I think I'm misremembering, and finally I've remembered now properly.
I don't know, I'm so tired.
It's a blur. This pre-show has taken out of it. They're taking me out of it. They've taken it out of me.
Welcome back to casting, Jerry.
God, yeah, it's been too long. But yeah, it's a crazy old game, Siege. You'll forgive us if we make the odd mistake here and there, but Rouse is hoping he doesn't make any more mistakes. He takes a bit of a beating from that long angle being held from construction, and whoever was holding it has backed away. It looks like it was tapped, as he's also a bit worse aware. And now it's a turtle defense right here for the final 2 minutes from Paragon.
It is very, very quickly turning into that indeed. A lot of players over by Cash, and then one player isolated over in Garage. Potentially a bit of a pinch on that Garage player could see some control, but they're bypassing it. They're trying to take out the players directly inside of Cash. Jaeger being the first one to fall. Remember how important this first kill has been throughout this match. We'll see if that continues now that the switch has happened. Paragon trying to buck the trend.
It feels as though Rucket Gaming are making a lot more peaks on their attack. They're very happy swinging these doorways and just firing a few pot shots and tossing a frag grenade into Bill's path is Pornef, and he will find that important second kill. Now 3 versus 5. These often go one way or the other. You'll see the attackers either steamroll it or we'll get back to a 3 versus 3. Which is it going to be, ladies and gents? I would say, looking at it right now, my money's on Rucket just storming this.
It is. That is where your money is. Most of the money in Cash, where Rucket Gaming wish to push into. Paragon, they don't want to give them a penny. They're holding on to their money nice and tight. They are frugal indeed.
That was beautiful. Rouse is going to compound the misery, and it will just be a snowball effect right there as Polnev gets another 2 for himself. 100% accuracy with those frag grenades for him. And
Jerry, they are rich. Not just in terms of money and wealth, they're rich in terms of rounds. They have so many. They are very, very wealthy.
They're rolling in rounds.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to see. They invested a lot in that construction push, and they got returns on it.
Oh, wow. Fantastic work. See, we're not completely dead in the water, ladies and gents. We can pull out some magical gassy moments, even from the depths of despair, which is where
I thought you were going to say from the depths of our bowels.
Not quite. We're not quite that far down. They're going to re-attempt Cash and CCTV, and actually switching focus onto the other side. They're going to want to be more secure with their intel and their defenses in general to try and win this one out, Paragon.
Well, they are. It's not just going to need to be a rub of the green, but also a bit more intel coming their way. Both that Cash and that CCTV, both important elements when it comes to... I'm really clutching at straws here. So let's just move on. Let's move on. We've got to stop.
They'll be watching all the cams they've got to see where the opposition are coming from.
Oh, wow. That's the worst one yet. We all knew this was going to happen eventually when we got us both on cast. Anyway, let's see.
Rainbow Six Siege.
Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh no, but that's too far, Jerry.
That is too far.
That's bad even for me.
Igon and I did it. And Igon right now is going to be opening up this wall. But he is
Oh!
protected by the Claymore from the run out of Bill. And
Oh.
that is a sorry sight if I ever did see one. The smoke dying in the first 30 seconds. So greedy. And
Yep.
it's cost him dearly.
A claymore for the attackers,
Oh!
one clay less defender, thanks to that positioning of the secondary gadget.
Again.
But the primary gadgets, those guns coming out all across the board, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 2. That was madness. What quite happened there? I'm not sure, Jerry.
Rouse just decided to turn on the walls and blow everyone to pieces. Milo taking advantage of the fact that that door is now overlooked with a lack of a claymore and finally taking down the Maverick. He's opened up the wall. He's done his job, but Sox needs to get over there. In fact, no, he hasn't opened up the wall. It's no longer, it's not soft. They just have that that visibility underneath. But Milo is going to be fallen inside of CCTV himself, or sorry, just on catwalk. And it looks like he's beyond the reach of Ryder, who now has to clutch it out in a 1 versus 3 with 90 seconds left.
I gotta say, Rouse's drone position there, I've never seen that before. That is really cool. I'm 100% using that from now on in my own game. So great job. And they've almost finished their work. They have indeed now. Gills, I always struggle to read his name. Getting that final kill to finish off the round. Another for Rocket Gaming as they move on to match point.
This is this is an absolute sweep right here from the newcomers to the league. Look at these guys, ladies and gentlemen. Rucket Gaming taking Paragon down a peg or two. They've already had a bit of a rough time in recent months, dropping down to Contenders division, and Rucket Gaming are taking full advantage of that fact. 6-2 right now. They sit on match point. They have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 chances to secure themselves a map win right here. And you know what I love to see right now? Look at the kill count across that roster. So even. Not a single player is underperforming right here. Whether they've got those roles fluid as butter, which is not a fluid. No, is butter a fluid? Butter's a solid. Melted butter, I suppose. Is
Yeah,
a fluid.
maybe.
And they just decide to switch it up. Whether they don't have a key fragger or anyone, I couldn't pick out who's performing best out of any of them. It's been beautiful. Stocker's got the most assists, but what does that count for? I don't know. It's beautiful. I just love those numbers.
Shiro, I love you. I was just going to say, could you bring up the stats? And I go, whilst you're in the middle of talking, I'm like, oh, well, no one heard that. And then Shiro pops them up on the screen.
That's Noah, though, isn't it?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, our observer's doing that,
yes,
not
sorry.
our producer. Our producer can go
Noah.
die.
I forgot who was. It is Noah. Yeah, sure. I love you anyway, Shiro. You're just brilliant.
I'm going to gloss over the casual death threat that I just issued Shiro. I didn't mean that. It just came out.
Wait, what? Have you done it again, Jerry? You got death threat of the season last time in the...
I intend to keep that accolade.
What have you done?
I just told him he could go die. Did you not hear that? It was a little bit strong.
I wasn't. Oh, well, I'm just
slipped
done
out.
for.
I have no idea. There's something wrong with me.
I am dead right now. We've been casting for so long.
It feels like it. It's only. It's just. This is a quick game. It's a very quick game.
Thanks, Rucket, for making it shorter. Paragon are going to try and do exactly what we were talking about in the pre-match. Bring it back from a very weak position. Currently sitting quite deep inside of the site. They're just going to try and keep it simple. Hold on to exactly what they can, and Maverick of Igon getting some hatches open is a very good start for the attack. Good time efficiency from them at the moment.
Look, we've got hatches open now for the attackers, and this has forced all of the defenders into the confines of Church, which means that Armory is actually somewhat ripe for the taking here. It might be a little bit of a difficult one, but it looks like Rucket are applying pressure everywhere that they want to. And Sox now, with that solo Zofia push that we've gotten so used to seeing down blue, and whether he manages to snag a kill or two from this position is important. But Rouse is going to open up the accounts here for Rucket as he finds Milo. That's a C4 as well as the gun of the Mute off the board, and some key picks going their way right now.
almost more importantly, again, it's the entry frag. We keep pointing it out, but it keeps becoming true. A lovely kill with the Type 89 as well from the Hibana will cement their strong advantage. And now with no C4 left for Kaz, they've only got to rely on Bill with those smoke canisters. He starts burning the first. Still 2 left with 30 seconds. That's looking good, but losing men all round. Now that smoke is the last man. He's got 2 canisters, but 5 men to deal with, and he's stuck all the way over in blue.
And it looks like they're going to seal out a perfect attacking round with a perfect attacking half for themselves as well. That was a wonderful string of rounds put together, 6 in a row from Rucket Gaming. How about that? They were 2-1 down, and they said, nah, you know what? We want to have an early bedtime. That's it. We're getting this map over and done with. Sock coming out on top, but in all honesty, that was a beautiful team performance right there from Rucket.
Well, we're saying we haven't seen too much yet from Rucket. We saw those qualifying games, and they were looking pretty decent. They certainly look strong. Obviously, qualifier is not quite the same as the league, where the stakes are going. These points mean something. Throughout the entire season, you can't afford to drop points if you want to win. And they look like they want to win. They've certainly impressed me here today. I want to throw to the break nice and quickly. We did start with a huge delay, but I still want to take a reasonably sizable break right now anyway, just to calm down a bit and get back to the next map so that our brains can reset, so you don't have to listen to an entire round's worth of puns again.
Yeah. So we're going to throw to a very short break, like you say, just while we get the next map sorted so we can grab a drink, etc. But do not go away. We'll be back very shortly.
Cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness, each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. K-cup. Think about the time you take up. While you put on your makeup, but that makeup don't hide those lies you tell. We go round and round on this carousel. I can see the signs, baby, you can spell. Being with you is H-E-L-L. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Ain't it funny how all the games played out? Like I don't know what you're doing when you stay out. Trying to lock me down, I had to break out. Cause you lie, repeat, rewind, retweet, then act like hoes that you see on TV. What a crying shame, with a body on that frame and a half a brain. Damn.
Just believe, 'cause you're the one. You're hurting me.
Any other day you can lie to me, and I said, baby, it'll be okay. But today's not one of those special days, baby girl, I'll be on my way. And any other day you can cry to me, and I will wash those tears away. But everybody knows that you play sweet, girl, you ain't no Sarah Lee.
Welcome back. What a great start already on the second map. If you missed it, we were on Clubhouse Rucket Gaming against Paragon. Rucket, they were the new kids on the block, and they put Paragon on the chopping block. They repurposed it very, very well, and they're going to want to continue that strong form on Consulate. Yeah, Jerry, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yes,
Yeah.
that is the news I wanted tonight. Consulate I have not seen in so long, or at least not casted in so long. If you were watching any of the EUL finals at the weekend, we saw a fair bunch of it, but I'm absolutely stoked to be casting this map. I'm keen to see these two teams on it as well. I feel as though Club being a very, very organized map, being a very, very strat heavy map, is going to be a completely different ball game here on Consulate. Every round is going to be different. Every site is different. We have our community predictions here. 60% of you thinking Paragon will win, and the staff as well prior to this match also rating Paragon quite highly, but it looks as though they are definitely on the back foot after that loss on Club 7-2. It was absolutely dominant from Rucket, and they have the momentum in the palm of their hand, if that's where you put momentum. I don't think it is. I didn't do physics at school.
There's a lot of places to store momentum. Maybe in their heads, or in their...
I suppose it depends if they're going for a punch or a headbutt.
Yep. They can keep it in their mice, in mouses. Do we say mice or mouses when it comes to computers? I don't know.
I've never been confident on that. To be honest, I think it's very rare that you talk about them in multiples, right? Because you only ever really have one in front of you. But we're missing the ban phase here, and we've already seen some interesting bans. That's not most interesting, but Capital being banned. Considering how important smoke executes can be for both lobby and basement pushes on this map, that's actually a pretty big pick. And taking the Wamai out as well, that's an interesting one, because Wamai is one of the only counters to Capital. So when you ban Capital, Wamai becomes incredibly more powerful. So it does make sense that you want to get rid of him. maybe these guys on Rucket had a bad experience against the Capital at some point recently.
I
Who knows?
can't really even remember what the standard bans are on Consulate at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think there are any.
Struggling to remember, but these are the ones we have. No Capital, I think, might make quite a big difference. The guide also being taken off the board means it's going to be harder to get down any cheeky hatches. Maybe someone might want to lock down one or two. There are quite a lot of useful hatches in and around on this map. And also that triple wall, especially on the bottom floor. One of the few places where Kaid is the real go-to in terms of denying a wall as opposed to anything else is because of that triple wall on the basement.
Absolutely. Being sat there as a bandit is just a death sentence for anyone. There's so many angles you have to worry about. You have to worry about your top. You need to make sure that attackers haven't taken control of piano or even rappelling on piano window because you can get an angle from there if you really want to. And you need to be worried about people swinging from either inside or outside the building on yellow stairs. But while we're talking about basement and garage, it's an Archives Teletold. We've got ourselves one of the rising stars of the Consulate meta right here. G2, they struggled on it, certainly, but that was against BDS, so maybe they've imparted some, wisdom into the comp scene, and people are starting to really feel that this is the place to go. The split site, inherently difficult to defend. Your bomb sites are on 2 different floors here, but vertical control and plenty of C4s are paramount here for the defenders. Only Riley bringing something other than a nitro cell, and it's all about the C4 plays for them. They need to try and get some picks from beneath.
Some damage being taken by a little peek out through the lobby door, I believe. Across away from Taps, yes, with the MP5. Getting some little damage off. It's not going to do too much. I wanted to mention, actually, whilst you were talking about that G2, obviously, a very good idea, but poorly executed in the end. They didn't manage to win any of those defenses, and Paragon, they've got a lot to do if they're going to execute it themselves. So, an interesting start of the map. How can Rucket attack this? They look like they're quite spread at the moment, but focusing, especially at the beginning, on the top floor.
They need to be careful that they don't spread themselves too thinly here, because the amount of intel on the side of Paragon is going to be very useful when it comes to trying to pick off these attackers one by one. And if they're not within refragging distance of each other, then they could just find themselves at a massive disadvantage early on. But look, almost everyone on the defense of Paragon sitting on the bottom floor. I mean, Taps is effectively on the bottom floor, sitting right there in the base or at the top of Banana. And right now, this top floor is in full control of the attackers. They've made some of these holes. Some of them are, in fact, made by the defense to give them a very long line of sight to the top floor that they can contest. But no mirror, interestingly enough. Usually that's an important part of this hole. We'll maybe touch on that later, as right now we're seeing Milo tracking a attacker along the way, and he's feeding Taps that information. And in fact, it's a different player that he's going to take down. Bill felling Igon, and Diffuser dropped, but Ponef is going to find Kaz in response. And this is all lighting up very quickly here on this split site.
Such a simple kill onto that ace. I'd just like to highlight, you've got to be ready for that simple floor angle onto the doorway. I don't know, I guess he just tried to pick the right moment to rush across so that he wasn't fast enough to get him. But unfortunately for the attack, they've lost a man, and Paragon have gained one for free, it seems. Taps going quite aggressive to put some pressure on the site. He doesn't want to give them time to plant. The diffuser's still not in the hands of the attackers. They've got to go pick it up before they execute, and only 35 seconds to do so with a man disadvantage.
And Taps gets another for his trouble as well onto Rouse. Ponef trying to stick the diffuser, but this is on soft floor, and this is surely a death sentence. No, he baits the C4. A nice move there. Gilseth takes down Taps, and with 22 seconds left, this looks winnable for Gilseth and Ponef in the 2 versus 3. They're scrambling for a place to plant safely, but they want some picks before they go for it. Gilseth is going to rotate to yellow, but he is spotted on the camera. Ponef just missing his opportunity there to take down one, and Riley will snap back and find that kill. Now 5 seconds left for Gilseth, but surely he can't gather all the frags in that time. He will light up a defender, but that is it. Time elapses. Paragon, with 3 remaining, will secure their first defensive round here on Consulate.
Well, execute was the question, and execute they did indeed. A great showing from Paragon, again getting the first winning round of a map. Of course, it didn't work out. They didn't get too many last time afterwards, but they'll be looking to change that. What was that, Jerry?
I don't know. I don't know if it came through on the stream, but at least in our Discord call, your voice started roboting like mad, and it sounded like someone had like remixed your voice. It was like the doot doot wop 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 wop. It was amazing.
Great.
It was rhythmic and beautiful.
Stick around for the eBack remix. That will be coming later this season. Definitely.
I kind of hope that did come through.
I definitely don't actually have that in the background. 100%. I'm not working on that right now.
You're scribbling it down. I can tell right now. You're just like eBack remix.
I mean, sure.
It's 100% the eBack thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of expect it at this point. All right, it's in line with your branding.
Somewhat.
Somewhat. We have a basement defense now from Paragon, and they're setting up to hold the bathroom. And this is something that we've seen teams do quite a lot more recently, at least at a slightly higher level of play. Certainly not something you see in ranked very often, but holding onto bathroom and putting a lot of stock in that position is quite important to deny the piano control, to deny this sort of free roam of the middle floor that the attackers inevitably want to get hold of and begin to converge down onto the basement. Taps is looking to pick up where he left off with a very strong round, getting some opening picks for his side, but still nothing doing as Bill takes about 75 HP worth of damage, and then to Smoke, he's probably going to want to retreat back to site at this point.
Yeah, you don't want to take that much damage as a Smoke, because often you can just be shot in the hand a little bit whilst throwing a canister at the end, and when you're on that low health, that can kill you. So a bit risky there. Taps, speaking of risky, all the way up on the top floor, contesting 2. He takes out 1 and tries to escape. Jabs on the other side, but he manages to trade with the Nomad, so only the 1 jab placed, I believe, in the round. 3 attackers left against 4 defenders. A really rough start again for Rucket Gaming. Paragon look like they're bringing it back on this map. This is their map pick, correct? No, it wasn't. No, the Clubhouse
yeah, it was actually
pick.
the other way around.
Wow.
Yeah, so surprising that, but they're really making it work. I suppose getting that choice of side to start on can make a difference as well in the grand scheme of things. And right now, it is Taps' map, but he being shut down is important. He was on a tear, and now there's something to cling on to for Rucket Gaming. They do still need this piano control a bit more securely in their favor so that Igon can get this wall open in the basement. And they're contending with a player inside a bathroom right here, or at least they think they are. It does look like he's evacuated that position, so no, he's actually playing directly on top of the hatch, just obscured by the holographic sight there, so a little bit difficult for us to see. And he's still in that position. Igon now going to be opening up behind him. This is going to be problematic. Bill is ready to free his teammate from this dire situation, but he doesn't need it. He gets a kill, but then is felled himself. Rouse now, with that hatch opened gladly for him by the opponents, now has free reign above and can start to control as well from piano.
Well, they can get the breach open by taking out the jammers and putting some vague vertical pressure on. There's very little time and a lot of utility against them. They may have opened that breach, denied any of that, but looking up the left-hand side of your screen, look at those smoke canisters. You've got Evil Eyes as well. You've got lots of strong weaponry against you, but they get the first one in their hands, which means they can go for the plant. Gun sticking, Rouse, with the cover.
That was a very aggressive push right there from Milo, and it may have cost his team, as now the 2 versus 2 is difficult. Make that 2 versus 1, though, as Riley reclaims control of site with that kill onto Igon. And now Rouse has to play this perfectly from above. He knows that they have to try and stick the diffuser, but it's in a very exposed position. The smoke on the diffuser allows Bill to try and stick the deny, but Riley is there with the cover, and he gets the head of Rouse. A great retake right there. No opportunity to back out through the garage, and it just means that that retake is so much easier for Paragon. They make it work. They put themselves up 2-1.
Great play from the defenders yet again. Not really enough. They're lacking that spark they seem to have. Rucket on Clubhouse here on their own map seem to be a little bit lost. They're losing out in some of these early fights. And despite ganging up on a lot of players, they're only really getting trades rather than outright wins, which leaves them with man disadvantages consistently, which you do not want. And there's a great amount of utility being brought by Paragon. We've seen that across defenses today in general. So many utility-based defenders, the Jaegers. You can see for this example, you've got mirrors, you've got evil eyes, you've got pests, mute jammers, so much stuff to set down and to get rid of for the attackers to slow them down.
I like what I'm seeing so far from Paragon. The fact that they managed to deliver us a first diffuser deny of the matchup is very promising. That is one of the hardest retakes in Siege right there, and owing a little bit to the fact that they hadn't set up properly for the post plant with the breach not fully opened, and it would have been very risky to jump back out rather than running out. You do lock yourself into that animation and you force yourself to be facing away from anyone trying to engage on you. It's understandable right there that Igon went down, but Rouse, I've got to say, I think he probably could have played that post plant a little bit better. Not to take away from him, 1 versus 2 is always going to be difficult, and Riley and Bill played that very nicely in the retake. So credit to them where credit is due, but I think Rucket Gaming will be a little bit downhearted by that, considering they did have it in the palm of their hand briefly. Igon with an important opening frag onto Bill. From that anti-chamber repel, often overlooked and a very important one to take advantage of, just slicing the defense in half right there and taking out the mute.
So Jerry, this site is lobby and
Piano!
well, I was hoping you'd say press.
It's harpsichord, really.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was going to say, I was looking at it and I was thinking, like, what kind of weird harpsichord is this? Because it's not like, it's not got the right color configuration. Anyway, sorry, musical. Actually, yeah, you can have a look. But, I mean, there's a lot going on.
It pains me that people call it piano. It's got two rows of keys as well.
Manuals is the correct official.
Yeah, there you go. This is the name of someone who's studied classical. Yeah. So Milo taking a bit of a beating right there.
Jerry, the pun I was going for in the first place for this fight going on between. So the plant's going down. God, I can't even get a joke out. I was going to say it's lobby and press, which is what these attackers are doing. Then they've got this plant almost down, but they haven't managed to stick it. It's a 4 versus 3 now. Kills all over the place. Oh. Equalized by a lovely shot from Mira. She's not flushed out of that setup, and she's used it strongly. And outside of Yellow Stairs, the Nomad down as well, miles away from the rest of her team.
A great little swing there from Riley to claim that as the Maestro. The attackers do have the opportunity to res him, and that is exactly what Igon is going to do. The extra man in this push will be essential. But with Diffuser downed inside of Piano, or Harpsichord as I'm going to call it from now on, Milo is just sitting on Yellow Stairs waiting for the inevitable moment the attackers decide to push it. Riley and Kaz have both backed up to Spiral, interestingly enough. They consider themselves to have enough intel to just deny this from range, and perhaps keep Piano as that kill box that they set it up to be.
You just reverted your plan.
Control of it. I did. But Milo's on a triple now. Look at that.
I am looking in amazement. Absolutely fantastic play from the Mirror.
He's going to continue it, but Igon's giving him a run for his money, taking down Riley in a 2 versus 2, but with only 12 seconds left now. Milo's sitting still inside a bathroom waiting for the push to come on through. Either team could take this, but it's got to be the defense with the favorable situation here. Damage dealt, but not enough. Igon gets the quad onto Kaz, but the Mirror sitting and hiding for long enough, denying that ace and denying the round from Rucket. They managed to complete their perfect circuit of defenses. Paragon 3-0 up. What a beautiful C4 to open things out for Milo, and it was just all on him from there on out.
Yep, incredible play from the Mirror. I had a pun. I completely forgot what it was. You were just so enthralling with your commentary, Jerry. I got completely lost. 3-0.
Thank you.
I'm also enthralled by Paragon. How they have turned it around here is exactly what they would have wanted. Remember, this league, it's not you play one map and you've lost and then you go on to the next game next week. It's nothing like that. We've got 2 in a row, which means often you expect to see a 6-pointer all around because it's the same, it's the same day. It feels like the same match because you've got it in 2s. But you can turn it around. You can bring it back and get 3 points each, which is very favourable for both when all things are considered. Paragon and what they've really stamped their authority on Consulate so far, returning to the first they're not doing it a full rotation. They've evaded the top floor, if I'm correct.
Yeah, they have, and that is,
Wow.
well, I mean, it's a sign of the times right now. CEO, for a while, was considered sort of second sight to basement, and then for a while it became the primary
I remembered my
destination for any
pun!
defenders.
I was going to say it was
okay.
it was a classical defense of harpsichord,
Oh.
and then I was going to make like a Baroque joke as well.
Oh.
Well, Rucket Gaming are going to need a renaissance, hey, to bring it back in this round. Yes, very much. Thank you, Noah.
Oh, these
showing
puns
us
are
I'm getting
just-
better.
They're medieval.
See, I'm going back in time with each reference.
You really are.
Paragon bringing out the dinosaur strats, classic old stuff here. Archives
This
from
ain't
Tellers.
old stuff though. This is Archives Tellers. This is the newest site. This didn't even exist before like 2018.
Didn't
Yeah.
it?
Nah, it doesn't work. They made this
Okay.
a new site
Fair
with the
enough.
map buff. Yeah,
Sure.
but this is interesting right here. We're seeing Paragon much more spread out, and in particular, Kaz. I think he's roaming on the top floor right now. At least he's on that far western side. Tabs was the one who really made it work. No, Kaz is on the bottom floor, but he is still in garage at least, very, very far from the site. Tabs was the one that made it work last time for the defense, and it looks like this time around, Rocket Gaming are opening up the hatches to try and apply some pressure down into the basement early on. Igon with that long angle, which he can basically contest as long as he likes from here. It's relative safety. Milo was very important in the way that this round turned out last time. He kept himself alive on the pulse, fed that information to Taps in particular, who was just so pivotal in collecting the frags and denying Rocket any sort of meaningful push.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Taps this round. As the external man, he needs to delay, he needs to distract. And most importantly, it's not just getting kills, it's staying alive and being a nuisance exactly when he needs to, which is a very tough job, completely isolated. Obviously, there are cams all over the place for his teammates to give him calls, potentially, but they need to be ready to act on the intel from the pulse as well. So a bit of a duality there for these defenders.
This is some good control by the attackers, though. They already have these stairs under their domain, and now Kaz getting a kill onto Gilded, but Igon planting on the desk, and it looks like he's not going to be ready too soon enough. The diffuser will go down successfully, and he even reacts to the pulse with a headshot onto Milo. That is massive, and now the retake has to begin. This is so difficult. Taps being downed in the chaos, and now all of them flooding up Spiral, going to be taken down by Rouse. That's a second for him, just holding off this retake. Riley and Bill are miles away with about 23 seconds left to disable that diffuser and get the 4 kills they need to cover that diffuse. It's not going to be easy for them. Riley begins his push through Zulu, but he can't find the player above. Once again, that player above applying pressure, but it's actually Ponev who finds the kill. Only 7 seconds left. Bill will get a kill to pad the stats, but there's no way to win this right now for him. He's just waiting for the aggression. That is Rocket Gaming finally getting an attacking round under their belt.
Well, all the defenders at the end there looking up Spiral, but it was pretty much a downward spiral from the very start of that round. Great play from Rocket Gaming. They really adjusted well. They did exactly what... They learned their mistakes from the first time attacking that, and they corrected it strongly. They got their first round, most importantly, on Consulate, which will give them that little bit of confidence. Getting the first round on the board really does make a huge mental difference to these teams.
It's important to keep control of tellers, but you don't do it by having people inside it. You do it by having the pulse tell you whether there's a plant going down. And Milo just took his eye off the ball for a moment, and it was enough for Igon to set that diffuser. The wonderful reactions of the ace as well to even decapitate that pulse immediately after setting it down was beautiful. And from that point on, it was just an impossible task. The control as well from Rouse above Spiral was pivotal. A lovely angle opened up by him, one that does get used quite often, but absolutely essential to lock those defenders down into the basement. With the control on Visa stairs as well, it was pretty much impossible to retake. We saw a very long flank come out from Riley to try and push up through yellow stairs, but it's just such a trek. And when the time is against you, you can't afford to have to make that journey.
10 seconds remaining.
3-1 now the score. Does mix this up quite a bit. A 4-0 would have been a very, very different story, but Rocket Gaming throwing a spanner in the works for Paragon's success story. So again, they re-attempt the bottom floor. No attempt to go for the top floor at all, which is very unfortunate for the attackers to lose a I mean, did they not drone that out? I don't understand how you swing in there without checking first.
Either Sock was delivered some poor information there by his support, or he just went gung-ho and paid for it. Either way, Taps once again getting the opening frag. He is gone-ho. And, I mean, imagine the paperwork for that death. It's a good thing that he died in admin, at least you're close to home. So, following that paper trail is, however, the sledge of Ponef trying to send in a frag grenade, but that is both of them expended, and the Jaeger only losing about 20 HP. Rouse is getting the pinch though, and a beautiful headshot. That's that was either that looked sus as hell, but I mean, I've got to imagine that was just a wonderful call from the sledge saying, you know what, he's pushing in printer, maybe just, you know. And that is the reaction of an Ash main. You've got a pre-fire and you miss every shot you don't take. What a wonderful delayed refrag right there from Rouse.
I am astounded. That was wonderful.
Yeah.
So Nomad cheekily jabbing the player in bathroom inside of the bathroom. Of course, they can drop down the hatch nice and easily. He won't want to, but there's no way out from that doorway, which means they've got that security around him. They can take press and only really worry about the corridor. They don't have to worry about that bathroom player individually, so a lot better for them.
Yeah, with a minute left, this is looking all right for Rocket Gaming, all things considered. 4 versus 4. They have the breach open. They've got a player stationed on yellow stairs. The one thing they don't have is bathroom control right now. Still, we see Kaz sitting inside that position as the mute, waiting for the fight to come to him. But really, he can't do much to deny anything that happens on site. So as long as he's contained, this might not be an issue for the attackers. They have the man advantage now on site. In fact, 2-man advantage, really, if you consider the fact that the mute is locked in place by Ponef. But essentially 3 versus 2 on site. Riley's going to open up this long angle with the impact grenade, but Igon's already setting the plant down. Angle opened up above by Ponef to provide extra protection, and this is looking really difficult now for Paragon as the diffuser has been set. We have now a 3 versus 4 post-plant situation. The mute is still trapped inside a bathroom, and there he goes. Kaz finally dealt with. Now Milo and Riley have it all to do. One goes down, and now Riley has to find himself in a 1 versus 4 clutch situation with 26 seconds left. This looks like yet another successful attacking round for Rocket Gaming. They've turned it round. Rouse ending things how he started it off with a wonderful kill on to the Jaeger to begin things, and a very textbook one to end it out on the Maestro.
I was going to say, well, now this has just gotten interesting. But it was interesting right from the off with in the whole context, including the last map. Those 3 rounds in a row suddenly from Paragon really mixed things up, and it's been mixed right back 2 consecutive rounds after the 3. Could bring it back even from the 3-0 deficit before the switch, Rucket, and that would be a great, great story. And this is their map after all, so potentially they've got some good strategies in pocket for their defenses.
You gotta hope so. I can just smell the protest coming against Rouse. That was a dirty shot. I'm still thinking about that. It was just beautiful, and it set them in good stead. Again, just absolutely the right call as well to try and contain the mute. His only real option was to potentially drop that hatch, but knowing that the attackers had full control of Piano, full control around him, and likely control of yellow, that was always going to be a risky move anyway, so he might as well stay put, expect some potential aggression, maybe push out of ante. It just happened a bit too late for him. The diffuser went down and he thought, right, it's now or never. He was being watched, and he just didn't have enough of an impact on that round for my money. I think the setup from Paragon was good, but the response from Rucket Gaming was better.
Yeah, Paragon have been winning a lot of their rounds through smart team play on their defenses and not necessarily getting those kills, not a single player positive on their lineup. All even bar Kaz, who is a slight weakness. Obviously, one of those fights goes right and he is even straight away. So Rucket Gaming generally just about out-killing their opposition, which you definitely want to do on the attack. If they could take that to the defense, it's going to be very interesting. Right now, they've got to try and bring it even. They certainly can. As a reattempted bottom floor comes out from Paragon, they have so much utility to hold a lot of areas, but they've gone for a very different setup by the look of things.
They have, and it was only really by a hair's width that they managed to win that lobby piano hold last time round, so I don't want to criticize them for going down to the basement again, but this is the first time we've seen them repeat a site, and that can be a bit problematic when you've just lost it as a defender. The attackers now have a full read on how you're set up. I don't really see any massive adjustment. They've decided to, I believe they still have control of bathroom. I'm mistaken. They
are
haven't.
not
Sorry,
setting up there at all. It's a full turtle strategy.
Okay, yeah, so that might be the right adaptation then.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they did often have the man up there, but it didn't ever really net them anything. We saw trades earlier, but that was about it. They just decided to lock it off and leave that ground and focus on some of the stairways, some of the walls, and the wall currently still closed, which is quite good for the defenders, alongside the first kill in their hands onto the sledge, most importantly, to stop some of those vertical angles for a little while.
Yeah. Especially key here with the turtle setup that Paragon are going for, that they take out that sledge early on. So a great pick right there from Kaz. Cannot understate the value of that moving forward. Any vertical control they get now will be a lot slower to establish, but Riley is dropped down to the DBNO state from that yellow stairs position. Rouse just breathing in a little bit of that toxic gas there, as those are somewhat premature to deny the vault in and push, but a trade comes out. Right there, the ace dropping diffuser outside, meaning that Rouse now has to reposition. Someone else will take up his yellow stairs spot, and that is Stocks, who's now going to try and have a go at this mirror window contest with anyone playing deep. Rouse is actually sticking the diffuser as the Ash. This is something you don't often see, ladies and gentlemen. He is getting swung right now, but he will be successful, and he comes off the plant, does get down and finished off there by Kaz. Now 4 versus 2, Rucket Gaming have that plant down, but with only 2 up against the 4 remaining defenders. This could be a real nail-biter here. Gliss does find that important first frag, and now the defenders are scrambling to take control of the piano. This is the first step. They also need to worry about that player outside. Of course, Sock with the long angle. As the time ticks, he's got more and more strength in this position. Does take out Kaz. Gills us with the triple. That is it right there. Bill now has to try and get 2 kills very quickly. He will find the one playing in piano, but with only 11 seconds left, he's only really got the chance to long arm the diffuser unless he swings this perfectly. But there it is, the 7-second mark, and Socks will kill him anyway. A wonderful post plant right there from Rucket Gaming. In the 2 versus 4, they played that to absolute perfection.
Yeah, they're in the position to plant, and obviously, if you're the Ash in that position, likelihood is you may well die as soon as you stick that down. But it's worth it's a good trade, a man for that plant, because a plant in that position, as you said in the pre-game and constantly throughout this game, it's such a strong position to defend, and even with a huge man disadvantage, that 2 versus 4 in the post plant, they won it out very, very convincingly. Bringing it to 3-3.
Gilseth was just so good in that situation. He got, I think, 3 massive impact kills, one after the other. He knew that those fights were coming his way, and that all he could do was to take them. And boy, did he. Wonderful stuff from the Nomad. Just running the timer down as well. That was absolutely pivotal right at the end. There's every possibility that with a little bit more time on his hands, the defender, I believe it was, I'm trying to remember who was on the smoke last round at the very, very end. I think it was Bill. There's every possibility that Bill actually picks that up and gets the pick onto the the Zofia holding the angle from outside. It's a very challenging one, granted. You've got to favour the Zofia in that situation, and that's why it is one of the toughest post plants in Siege. Even in a 2 versus 4, you've kind of got to favour Paragon in that situation, but it is in no small part due to Gilda's incredible play up on piano. So, we're switching sides, and oh my god, that is just the first half of Consulate, and it's felt like an absolute whirlwind adventure already. I just love this map. I love to see it, and now we've got potentially a completely different style of defense right here from Rucket Gaming.
Paragon almost letting this game slip away from them. They've got to state themselves again here in the second half. Start anew now that you're on the attack, and start with a good, strong round win. Because if you let Rucket Gaming get 4 consecutive rounds, it suddenly seems like it's all going against you in a row.
I've got to say that if this ends up being...
Oh, it's from the pulse.
Rouse has got that kill easily. And once again, we see a swing into admin punished because of a lack of intel right there. So, I mean, Paragon should know better. They managed to deliver that early blow to Rucket Gaming last time around, and now this time they full fouled on themselves. What I was going to say was that last match on Clubhouse, it was very difficult to pick an MVP because Rucket Gaming had such an even spread across the team. This time round, if Rucket Gaming win it, you've got to say that Gilzeth is probably a contender for MVP after that. Like, it was such a big performance he pulled out right there.
It was. I got to commend Sox's teamwork as well. You saw him early round scanning that wall to see if someone entered admin window, calls it for the Jaeger, goes round, takes the free kill. A lovely start for Rucket with that man advantage. There's so much utility to get rid of. You've got to play a utility destruction game as an attacker on this particular site, and losing a man early, despite the fact it's the Jackal, so not necessarily too useful, it's going to be tougher for them to do a lot without him as well.
I'm intrigued by the choice of wall to open up and how in this situation for Paragon. I didn't catch if it was any, if there was some sort of denial used. Perhaps Poneth was in a situation where he could impact some of that, but opening up the left side to be vaulted through. In fact, is it vaultable? I think maybe they're not. Let's have a quick look at that wall. Sorry, I just want to correct myself in case we don't get to see it. The garage wall. Yeah, neither are vaultable. That's very big right there. So the denial important, and incredibly important right there is Poneth taking down Kaz.
Yeah. That brings us to a 5 versus 3 advantage for Rucket. Now 2-1! A double
Okay.
Sox with the UMP, finished off by Igon with the Alder, and it's a flawless round in a moment. Blink and you miss it, and I certainly blinked there.
Yeah, that went from 5 versus 4 to 5 versus nothing in about 5 seconds.
Ooh. I think that
wonderful.
was a fantastic round from Sox. I'm not sure exactly what he did other than that double UMP kill, but he also helped get that early free kill for his teammate.
And
just
he
a
got
perfect
the
pulse round.
He was in a he was basically pivotal for that final kill as well that Igon delivered with the Maestro, because it was a refrag onto his exact position pretty much. So yeah, massive shout to Sox right there on the pulse. He just carried that round in both supporting and killing roles. So yeah, every single time I want to shout out a player on Rucket Gaming, it turns out to be someone else, right? Rouse was just brilliant early on as the Ash, and then Gilzeth had that wonderful round holding from piano in the post plant, and now we've just seen Sox really put it up. It's all round brilliance right here from Rucket Gaming, and they deserve the lead that they have. The real question is, can they seal it out on this defensive split? As we see right now, they're moving to lobby as their secondary site. Completely different preference in terms of site rotation here from the two sides. It doesn't look like Rucket are keen to go near Archive Sellers for the moment. And they're also rocking this mirror that we saw Milo deliver some impressive results on Paragon's defensive half.
Yeah, a slightly different mirror setup, opting for some different walls and an open hatch. I want to see an Amaru try and blast up into bathroom on one of these attacks someday. I think that'd be crazy. I'd love to see that.
It would be good. I think that Amaru hatch plays are the next step in the meta, right? You know, everyone's bored of you know, having to think about, like, you know, lateral pushes and not have to worry about beneath. Just send Amaru up a hatch. One of the best plays in sort of the pro circuit in the past year was BDS sending an Amaru up from the basement of Villa into. Oh no, it wasn't BDS. It was someone against BDS, I think. But they sent an Amaru up through the hatch in Villa into a living room plant. It was beautiful. Anyway, Taps taking Rouse out, and Milo with one more for the Paragon. Means that we're suddenly in a 5 versus 3, and the defenders do have still some handle on things. They've got the control they need, but those roamers, well, just dealt with swiftly.
Of course, these maps have a relatively short amount of rounds in general, so everything is rather important. You can't afford to throw a round really ever. But this round, I think, is more important than ever for Paragon, because letting Rucket go 5 in a row, being 1 away from match point, that's so hard to come back from. And with a strong advantage, they've thrown it away. 3 versus 3 now, 1 minute 20.
That slapback, absolutely pivotal right there. And now both teams pretty much looking exactly the same in terms of man and HP count. Diffuser has been dropped as well in CEO. Igon can just play this position for as long as he likes. He sees the repel. It starts to back away. He just needs to keep himself alive right here. Thinks it for his team, make sure that they know the situation at hand. And Stocks can sit pretty because he knows that most of the pressure is going to be coming on to Igon right here, who just has to fend off the push. Contention
all around the map. Many flaws in play. 3 players remaining for both teams, but there's not much time. 40 seconds for the attackers to put some pressure on this Maestro. He doesn't have too much direct support, but with the rest of the players nearby to the site to make sure that it's safe, he can afford to just waste enough time that plant is almost impossible to get down, even if he does fall here. Yeah, Consulate is so dynamic that even if they do manage to grab this diffuser, which they look like they're about to, does pick up 1 kill for himself with only 17 seconds left and so much playground to play with. The defenders just need to get their movements right, really, to deny this plant and get the win. But Bill will set the diffuser down beneath that hatch. Ash now has to do double duty, trying to cover from the pinch, and she will do it perfectly! Kaz with the swing on both defenders! What was that? I admit I was writing down a note and missed that. I thought the round was done for a moment. I was making a note about Kaz had other ideas. And then suddenly the round swings in favor of the attackers and they've won. Another blink and you miss it round, this time in the favor of Paragon. And the game is back even again. That is what they needed. Another round stopping the opposition from going 5 in a row. And now sitting at 4-4. There's no way to call this, because the stomp that we saw coming out from Rucket, it looked like a repeat of Clubhouse. It's stopped. And from here, we might see even more of a comeback from Paragon. They might start to dominate themselves. That's what they'll be hoping for. And a repeat of the same site might fertilisate that. I do love a good bit of fertilization. This map, man. This map has been such a wonderful event. And I can't think of a better way to get back into things here at ECS. What a wonderful opening to the season here in the Contenders division. And what a show Paragon and Rucket are putting on for us. So many clutches, so many highlight moments from both sides so far. And it is just turning on a dime right here. 4-4 the scoreline. I can't call this one. It's so damn close. And right here, we're finally settling in to another attempt at that lobby hold. I can't quite believe that Rucket let that one slip. They had the card in their hand firmly, but they're going to try again. And Alibi being brought out here by Socks. Perhaps a bit of a comfort pick, I'd like to say here. They've dropped the mirror in particular. That seems like a rather big drop. Ponov is getting ready to go for this garage run out. He's just waiting for the call that the repel is not protected potentially. They don't have any intel right here to go for it. So, oh no. I don't even think he can... I don't even think he can get out of there properly without proning. So, this is going to be a bit of a tricky run out for him.
Maybe he's just holding.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just holding the trigger. Maybe he's waiting. Maybe he can actually get out of that. But
Not
either
sure
way, he
what
has to strike
intel they have
soon.
in that position. They do have some from a Prisma. So I was going to say with Alibi, she's got a great weapon, 3 speed, deployable shield, and also her Prismas are very underrated in terms of intel, especially late round. Maybe even pocketing a Prisma and using it late on in a small man position can win you out in some
I always
big
love to do
moments.
that.
Yeah.
That's what I prefer. I've been playing a lot of Alibi lately, and having a pocket Prisma is just so nice sometimes.
Big
But
PP.
Igon is trying to get these drones out of his pockets, so they're just swarming him. And he does have a Zappy Medusa to try and help out with that task, and Rouse is around him to help inside of Connector. Riley, though, taking out Gilsworth elsewhere, the mute being dealt with inside of that top floor. He was playing deep inside the projector room, but Bill finding Igon as well. Maestro dealt with, and they take out the last remaining player on the top floor. A full sweep of that roam game. A very effective clear from Paragon, and now Honeth looking to try and retake these positions. If he slips through unnoticed, then he could do something big, but it has to be massive right here, as in is now the last one alive. Milo finding that frag onto the last defender besides him. Tap's now being felled. At least he won't be hunted down by the Jackal with 50 seconds to play with. As long as he has some intel to go off, he might be all right, but it looks like he's wandering into a complete lion's den right here. He's got angles being held on him from all sides. Does take the fight onto the player in the hatch and wins it out. Milo downed. Another one there into the hatch, but Kaz is better and just wins that one out. It was it was looking a bit shaky at the end there for Paragon, but they just took the advantage and rolled with it in the end.
It's a similar story to last round. They got off to a very good start. That time a bit more convincing the whole way through until right at the end. Just very strong at attacking these lobby defenses. And it's odd to see that sight repeated from their opposition in Rucket. Given how it went the second time, it was extra convincing that they were not playing it particularly well. So that's quite a bizarre one for me. And they've opted for Cafeteria Garage. They're going to go back down to there now that it has reopened itself to them.
I think one of the reasons that we're not seeing them touch the top floor or that split site is that they're really not comfortable defending the top floor. The split site is another matter, but we saw elements of their top floor defense right there in that middle floor hold. And it wasn't that great. They were kind of locked into position. It's almost like seeing a CEO defense, but with even less utility given to those players up there. And they kind of just sat and waited and died. There were a few attempts to take fights, but really they just held their positions. They didn't really assist each other either. They were kind of split off a bit too far. I would have liked to see potentially Igon sitting inside a CEO just to have that kind of line of defenders, but instead he was in bathroom and kind of locked in that position. The mute sat in the far corner of CEO, didn't really get enough support from Rouse, who was playing Connector, and they all just fell one by one. It was a bit of a sad sight, but I have no doubt in my mind that the Jackal had a fair amount to do with the pressure on at least one or two of those defenders, because it would have been very, very difficult for the attackers to take those fights from the repels. And it's weird to say that, but you know, sometimes if you've got that sound cue and to your advantage as a defender, you are feeling the confidence flowing, and you can swing those windows. But in that case, I think the intel was just on the side of Paragon.
Well, Rucket Gaming, they'll have to let Igons be Igons and move on with the next round.
Wow.
To try and strike back, because Paragon...
Did you Riley just say that?
Yes, I did. Resist. Okay.
we can hold out.
Yes, 2 minutes on the clock. Rucket Gaming, they'll have to resist the attacking of Paragon, which has been very, very strong since the switch. They've looked very good, especially on lobby, and they're going to want to take control of lobby again. You talked about this up and down top floor defense. It's only really the Melusi at the moment contesting those verticals, and at the moment Paragon playing it very breach centric and not paying much attention to the entire rest of the map.
no remaining denial on that wall either. It was only the mute jammers trying to hold them at bay, and that means that is opened up, and Sox just finding himself in a bit of a pickly situation right there, stuck behind that pillar, and he gets picked off from range by Milo. So a great breach and clear right there by the Thermite. Rouse now trying to retake this position by Pipes. He does have a shield to help him out. It is a Vulcan shield though, so he has to be careful about his proximity to it. Igon with this nice Evil Eye, which surely will be dealt with fairly soon. It's definitely going to be top of the list for the attackers. But Milo with his second on the round, claiming that Fragmite role for himself and sitting almost at the top of the board now for his team in terms of frags. But they haven't cleared Piano, and Gilsworth is just sitting above, waiting with open arms for that kill to come his way. He can see another player as well planting, and he does deny it. And that is just a massive oversight from Taps and the players on Paragon. Back to a 3 versus 3 now. Riley will find Igon pushing deep into sight. Ponef trying to reclaim it, but Gilsworth no longer holding from above. They're now going for a cafeteria plant. This is definitely a good play, and now the dual swing can come through. Gilsworth does finish off one, and Ponef will get the confirm on that. The down comes through into Riley, and he's being taken out. Now it's Kaz in a 1 versus 2 to try and keep this diffuser alive. He gets the kill onto Gilsworth for 1 versus 1 now. Ponef's just trying to stick the diffuser. Does Kaz have time? He comes off the defuse. Kaz takes a lot of damage. Still 25 seconds left. Swings on it. Gets the kill. Ponef with the retake. And the diffuser will be disabled by the Melusi. What a brilliant retake right there from Rucket Gaming. They tie us back up 5-5. It is anyone's game.
That was so back and forth. I was trying to call it with every kill that went on, and then they just keep going back and forth the whole way. The power imbalance shifting. What an incredible triple kill from Ponef at the end of that round.
The first of those was actually a confirm onto the down that the C4 was the C4 claimed. The C4 of Mute, Gilsworth, he sent that C4 out to try and deny the plant, but it actually killed the Nomad through the wall that was sitting inside of the office. And it was, I suppose, fortunate that Ponef managed to pick up that kill, but more importantly, killing the defuse planter immediately afterwards and giving themselves that 1 versus 2. You gotta feel for Kaz in the 1 versus 2. He did manage to get the Mute, and it was just almost there for him to take and secure the round. But oh my god, my heart is just racing right now from this round, from this map. It's such a back and forth. This is one of the best games of Siege I've seen in a long time, I think.
It's probably because it's not on Oregon.
Yeah.
For one.
It does a lot. It does a lot for a game.
Very unfortunate for Kaz, because he averaged during the league season last time out 6.9 kills per map, lol, almost 69, 5.2 deaths per map. At the moment, really struggling kill wise. Oh, sorry, who am I talking? I was talking about Kaz. Why am I?
5 seconds left.
I was not. Sorry, I'm getting players confused now. Sorry, I thought it was somebody else.
I don't blame you, because everyone is performing so well right here.
Yeah.
Even like I'm looking at the lowest fragging person in the entire map, Stocks, right? 4 and 7. That's not bad. It's respectable.
No.
And he is absolutely to credit for one particular round that Rucket Gaming got, which was on Pulse, holding that basement. So like everyone is pulling their weight right here, whether it be frags or a support. It's beautiful, and this is like the kind of all-round performance that we saw from Rucket Gaming last map, but from everyone in the lobby.
5-5 is the round count. So even. Still only 2 rounds from a win for one team. 2 rounds in a row and you're there, but we haven't seen 2 rounds in a row for quite a little while. 4 rounds traded back and forth, one after another. Kaz, no!
Whoa.
I was talking about Kaz having a bad day by accident because I got him confused with somebody else. But that was an absolute disaster, and some very rude language in the chat. Ignore that, ladies.
He's not happy.
You would not be very happy with that. I have done that exact thing to myself with Sledge on this map. But, oh dear, that's not what you want to do to start this round. And also his teammate in Taps has fallen as well. So instantly a 2-man disadvantage. Blackbeard's lost a shield and is on half health. A terrible start to the attack for Paragon.
In these kind of high-intensity situations, that is not what you want to happen. Paragon sitting on the brink of only potentially claiming 1 point total from today, as of course we have draws in place right here, and if Rucket Gaming can get this round to themselves, then they will sit on 6 points, or 6 rounds rather, and match point, and they will get that point guaranteed for themselves. So Riley, Bill, and Milo. Well, now just Riley and Bill look like they are the ones to try and claim this for Paragon. Opening up that hole just to confirm the kill is Ponef, and he will do so just in time before Riley is there to try and spray back through. No, sorry, that is Bill on the Nomad to try and take the refrag, but his opportunity has been missed. Riley on the other side, though, looking to try and pinch this player, and he will claim the life of not 1, but 2 players on the side of Rucket Gaming. And now 2 versus 3 with 34 seconds left suddenly looks winnable. Anything is possible right here. Paragon have already shown us that they can turn around this lobby push in a 2 versus 3 situation, but they do not have top floor control, and that is absolutely crucial. Bill and Riley deciding without that top floor control, much better to be going for a piano push, and absolutely the right call. Clearing that Banshee for the post-plant potential, but Igon is going to shut one down and shut 2 down for himself. Both of them with the Older, our favorite weapon of our lovely friend Whippet. It sings and it dances and it destroys the remaining players.
Speaking of singing, Jerry, your chances to win live longer with Igon.
Oh, wow. Now that is a throwback. The longer Igon lives, the more likely that win is. It's true. It's true. He's been absolutely pivotal for some of these rounds. And, well, that's the defending side of Rucket finally claiming that point for themselves.
What an effort from Riley on the Zofia midway through that round to almost bring it back. I was preparing, saying something along the lines of, well, they just need to play it smart and they'll secure themselves 4 points in total today.
Okay, I can see why he complained about that one. That looked like it went through the window and then back at him. That's really got a sting. So yeah, I mean, just little moments like that can really make the difference. But I mean, every single round has had a little moment like something, and it's usually been a player stepping up or a particular little interaction being really key in the grand scheme of things. And I think Paragon now, with the best that they can hope for being a point for the Playday,
yes,
they're going to be disappointed.
Rucket have guaranteed themselves 4 points from today. At a minimum, they want the 6. Paragon, though, bringing out Gridlock, not only Gridlock, but Ying as well. We've seen some Ying coming out in recent T4 games. I remember in the qualifiers, particularly some Ying coming out from various teams. Not really to any effect. I'm very disappointed. Barnell loves his Ying, and he's always disappointed by players and how they execute. So Kaz is going to try and change that. He's going to try and rock it against Rucket.
There's so much to digest with this setup, but Taps is going to cut me off right there as Rouse is the first to fall. The Bandit going down. Who's there to deny?
I thought you were going to say it's tough to digest, but Taps takes the biscuit.
Oh, wow. That would have been nice if I'd come up with it, but you came up with it, so it's rubbish. The fact that we got no hard breacher on the attack doesn't really matter for this push, but I mean, it could have been a CEO, so they might have been hoping for... well, they might have been relying on just window plays from this setup, I reckon. Well, either way, they've got that man advantage early on. They've taken out the Bandit. Lots of C4 remaining on the defensive side, and that is going to be key once again for this split hold. And, of course, Gilzeth now on the pulse. Oh, does Ponef spot the repelling player right next to him? Or does Riley spot Ponef? I don't think either is the case. Milo is the one to actually claim that kill right there on the repel. And that is a freebie for him by his standards. Right now, we've got 5 attackers remaining. This draw is looking ever more likely, but Gilzeth and co still hold key positions and C4s in their pocket. A single C4 out that window right now would do so much damage. I wonder if they're planning a rush, in which case this C4 could be absolutely deadly. He's going to wait instead for the call from his teammate, maybe. Just getting 1 kill out that window. And maybe at this point, Paragon decide jumping in is not the best idea. Yes, it looks like that. They are falling back. Riley, though, with the SMG-11, taking out Socks, setting us up for a 2 versus 4 for the defenders to try and hold this one.
2 players left to cling on, but they don't have much time to live long and prosper at the end of this round. Kaz still has Candelas in hand, quite a few of them. flanking all the way around. He's going to run into those tracks as well, Gilza, so his position might be given away. Only Igon inside of the site. No C4. 2 players jumping in. He tries to shoot one. He doesn't get either. And he's shut down, leaving only the Pulse on the top floor. The C4 ineffective, placed underneath the window. Sledge paying no attention. Coming up behind the Pulse. He pulls out the scanner. He can't see the player directly below him, and he misses the shot. Chance wasted to get a free one. 3 players remaining. He's jabbed. Absolute pandemonium. 34 seconds to execute.
And Kaz puts him out of his misery.
Oh.
What a round right there. So many blunderous moments right there at the very end, and it just didn't get punished. But Paragon walk away with it. They Star Trekked across the consulate, and they finally claimed the last round. 6-6. And I can't think of a more deserving finale right there between the two sides. I could not pick a more deserving winner, so a draw seems fitting.
Ooh.
But Rucket walking away with the spoils overall today after their win on club. 4 points go to them and 1 in the direction of Paragon. Me oh my, what a thrilling map that was.
We spent 40 minutes doing prep for this game. And that wasn't enough for how exciting the game was and how dramatic it turned out in the end. It was just fantastic.
You've got another 2 maps after this, man.
I know. But you know what? It's revitalized me. I don't think I'm kind of emotionally tired from watching that. But I'm certainly ready to see more. If the next game is anywhere near as exciting as that, it will be fantastic. And that is why we love to see Consulate, ladies and gentlemen. You are the T4 teams maybe watching this game back to judge your opposition, or just watching it live now. Pick this map more.
Yeah, do it. It's fun. Why not? You're here to have fun. You're here to learn and widen your map pool, and it's a good environment to do so. So please pick more Consulate. But I do hope that Speechless Academy and MKERS Academy can deliver just as good a show for everyone and for yourself, Ebac, as I hand it over to you and Barnow to do that final game of the evening. But it's been an absolute pleasure being here with you, Ebac. I can't believe it's been so long that I haven't casted with you. We're going to throw to a short break, catch our breath, let Barney come in and do some talking, and we'll see you after that break. Don't go away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's been super quick. I didn't even notice the time flying on by. We were just talking backstage about how fantastic that match was, and we're going to try and keep it up. We've got Speechless versus MKERS, and alongside me, Jerry has been replaced by the very, very young and wonderful looking Barn Owl.
Oh, stop it, you. Hi, guys, I'm here. Jerry, unfortunately, is too old and can't do more than one game at a time, so he's had to go and have a nap. And luckily, I've just woken from mine. So we're here, we're going to bring you some MKERS versus Speechless, and I'm super, super excited. Watching MKERS over in Quals when we were casting that was super exciting. Obviously, their main roster is going to Invitational, which is insane. And we've seen that this org is not a one-trick pony. This particular roster that we had the opportunity to see gave us some really exciting gameplay, and I cannot wait to see it coming up here next.
It's going to be a wild one. I can't recall if we have lineups on the WhatsApp. We probably do have the map bans, as I didn't even have time to check during this break.
I
caught
did.
up in the last one. What have we got, Barnow?
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed your consulate, because that's about it for location excitement. We are going back to Clubhouse and Oregon for these two maps. It's best of two. For those of you who weren't watching just now, or if you who aren't too familiar, we have best of twos. We do have draws. If you get to 6-6, you get 1 point. If you get 7 points and you win the map, you get 3 points. So yeah, we're going to Oregon and Clubhouse coming up here next for Speeches versus MKERS. That quick transition gave me no time to do my lyrical raps and warm-ups.
Oh,
so
just do your warm-ups now, Barnow.
Nah. We roll with the flubs. We roll with the flubs here. I have no choice because I can't stop it or improve, and it's just how I have to cope with my mediocre talent. And luckily I have you here alongside me to kind of temper out any of that.
I don't know, did you see that first map?
I did. I half did. So I woke up at about 5 p.m. today, rolled out of bed and was like, I think I'm casting today. Luckily Jerry was here, obviously, so I wasn't ruining anything, but I tuned in straight away while I had my curry breakfast. And yeah, I mean, like I saw your pre-stream, your ramblings about everything. I feel like I was mildly hard done by every time I was referenced, but I wasn't there to defend it, so I can't really complain. But no, Clubhouse looked like it was a good game of Clubhouse, but it was a game of Clubhouse. Nothing massively exciting, but Consulate, what? There are more than 2 maps in this map pool? Insane. And as you guys pointed out, really, really exciting. We're going 6-6 for the draw like that. It was so back and forth. Really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and look at those stats, Barnow. They're for the wrong teams and they're not filled in. How incredible is that? No, we can actually see the line. It's just the logos that are not loaded. Those are indeed the players. Obviously, they haven't played yet, so they got no stats. I'm still disappointed nonetheless. You think one of them would have planted at some point in the games they haven't played?
You'd really hope. Frankly, I'm a little bit disappointed. I know we're in T4, but you should be able to do better than that.
One at a time. There's MKERS with their wonderful new logo. It's a bit Zeusy.
I'm getting more Poseidon kind of vibes.
Oh yeah, that's pretty fair. I'm not one with my mythology.
Alrighty, Kiliator, Apex, Rastin, W35.
Wes, we decided to call him last
Are
time.
we putting in Wes? I'm going to write down Wes so I'm not saying that was idiot the whole way through. And Cat Solar.
Sorry, write it down 35 times until you get it right. And the opposition, Speechless, Zero Floater, Celtro, Derswiss, Premacy. So these teams, we've seen a decent amount of both during the qualifiers, and they both look quite strong. They both seem like good attacking teams. That's one thing I noted about both of them. They seem engaged. They seem switched on. They are ready to compete. Obviously, the qualifiers, you've got to win a bunch of games nice and quickly, and there's a lot of pressure. The league season is a bit more forgiving, but if you want those top positions, you can't afford to drop points, especially not consistently. So these two new boys to Contenders Division, they'll want to get off to the strongest of starts.
I mean, we saw really well in the end of the last season. It's the kind of, because of the way the points works, if you can establish a healthy lead, that can be so important. The difference between, even if you can like clamber points with draws, you can find yourself being left behind. You end up with like the separation of the pack of like the people who win loads of games, the people who scrap around a bunch of draws, and then the people who trail with nothing. And later in the season, if you get lumped into one of those places, it can be quite difficult to claw your way out. And so this is the first opportunity that MKERS and Speechless have to do that, to start establishing themselves. I mean, at 6 points at this point in the competition, it's not a sure thing, but that kind of lead, that will stay with you, and that can give you a really good foothold in the competition.
Yep, of course. Couldn't see exactly which team banned which map and what exactly the picks were for these two as the logos.
Well, actually,
do you know, Barnell?
Well, I think I've been pointed to look towards different schedules and things because we're stepping up the professionalism here at ECS this season, which is great.
Which probably means
production is going nuts.
Soon.
Yeah, I mean, so congrats, guys. We'll be gone in a heartbeat. But do we have a look at the map veto? Is that a thing we can do? Is that a capability that we have the capacity to deploy?
Whilst you're doing that, Barnell, so we are Clubhouse first, I believe I saw, and it's coming back up. That'll be very useful for me. There we go.
Oregon and then Clubhouse.
Oregon first, and to be fair, first time we've seen it today. So actually, a refreshing Oregon, which will be a nice change. Yes. Oregon is a good place to test your wits, your skill. We've seen makers on it already during qualifiers, and they look very convincing.
It's the white bread of competitive Siege. If you test a baker's skill, you have them make the simplest thing, and you see if they can follow all the steps, if they make any small mistakes, if they have a true understanding of how gluten and yeast form. Oregon is like that. We see so many teams go to Oregon. I mean, I casted every one of the Reflex Champions qualifiers, half of the ECS qualifiers, and now here I am in ECS again. I have yet to cast a map that is not Oregon or Clubhouse, which has been great. We've been able to see. You see these teams do the standardized thing. They bring out a lot of the same strategies, a lot of the same directions, and you see who can do those the best, who can stick together, who has the diligence and the flank watch, who can get the jobs done, who can get open the breaches that are in order. And partially because they are so that's where we see teams that really, really have that kind of accuracy, the efficiency. I'm not quite sure of the exact term for it. The ability to just set their goal. Their opponents know what the goal is. Their opponents know that they're going to go for this breach or this breach. They're going to try and push towards the site from this angle or this angle, with this strategy or that. They know what you're going to do. And so with that, with all cards on the table, it is a head-to-head of skill. And that's what is going to be the proving ground today.
Yeah. Do you often go around testing bakers?
Legitimately, yes. Whenever I move somewhere, I go to the nearest bakeries and try all of their croissants, and then I pick one.
Well, Barnell really is a master baker. You heard it here first. So we'll be going to Oregon first. What was that, sorry? Yeah. Okay, a lot of puns coming out today. Barnell's going to have to get caught up with the whole thing.
Man, I'm not like you and Jerry. I can't spin words on their head and drop puns like they're change on homeless people. I don't have that talent.
Okay, well, looking at the predictions, which I love seeing at the start of these maps, 36% wins for makers in the public vote, 94%. On the opposite, of course, the Paragon.
I do find it quite unlikely that Paragon will win this round.
Yeah, to be fair, between the two, yes, it is actually technically very unlikely Paragon will win, given the fact that they haven't showed up. So, bans, it's very typical. You'd just be surprised if it's anything different. We debate this every single time. Thatcher is the first one, and then Mav. Sometimes, especially now that we are set in Contenders division, the Monty possibility raises somewhat. potentially a counter here, as this is Speechless's ban, potentially countering MKERS' Nomad that they like to bring as well, but I highly doubt that. They have actually instead banned the Blackbeard.
Okay. I'm interested in why that is, and regardless, it's going to mean that we're going to see plenty of...
Oh, he wanted to update the Speechless logo. We do know that's what you're referencing. 0% for a draw all around. Nobody opting for any draws. I don't know who those people are opting for wins for Speechless, but they might make some big bucks come the end of this match.
Indeed. we're going to see Maverick played almost every round. I'm pretty confident in that. We are here on Oregon, of course, and I'm going to throw out some predictions here, not that they have any value, but I think we're going to be going to Kids Doms first, and a Maverick and some form of soft breacher will go to assist in North Tower. Breaching will be that little bit easier, however, as the Kite is off the board, so Hibana and Ace will be that little bit more reliable as well.
Well, according to the chat, don't know if it's true, but the Blackbeard might be a target ban for Wes. We'll see. I don't know whether that was a joke or not.
Interesting.
But it's a potential. Who knows? They might have been watching those qualifiers and figuring out that they want to bring him. You might be wrong, Barnell, to start things off immediately, as we don't go to the top floor. We're indeed going to Meeting and Kitchen, a very strange first sight, but probably quite clever to catch off the opposition who might be preparing for a different move. Of course, we've got all hard breaches available here on Oregon, which I haven't seen in quite some time. So Ace, Hibana, and Maverick coming along, with room for a Thermite.
Triple hard breach with the Zofia and Ashe double, a menacing thing to come up against. And regardless of what site you're on, it's difficult on someone like Oregon. There's not really much opportunity to trick out your opponents and screw with the operator choice, as consistent lineups like this are pretty common. But Meeting, I'm very interested to see. A lot of teams can kind of get bogged down with, okay, it's Meeting. So the easiest place to attack a Meeting is North Tower, because you can take control of it pretty easily and break through the site into that spot. But we've seen teams recently do a really good job of delaying that, and it's not one of the more frequently attacked sites, and so people's robust attacking strat books may not be as fleshed out when it comes to attacking this particular site.
5 seconds to insertion.
So what kind of... I'm interested to see exactly what MKERS do for this defense. How many men they commit to the top floor and various other areas. Currently reinforcing off Attic is Apex on the Jaeger. Probably a smart move to make sure he's under less pressure, yes, as he tries to hold the verticals. He's most likely going to use that hatch to the defender's advantage. That hatch is so crucial to get control of if you are an attacker. And given how much hard breach they've got and the lack of denial from MKERS, that's probably going to be opened straight away to North Tower.
You'd think so, which is why I'm kind of confused as why it's locked down. The defense of Meeting and Kitchen can become essentially a Kids Dorm defense. If you can hold on to Attic and Kids Dorms, you have vertical control over pretty much the entirety of the lower floor site, which is why we have Apex playing up here. We have the open hatch on this side as he notices that there is indeed a player pushing in from dining, opening in that door. Some drones coming in elsewhere. You can see the Ashe taking a knee there to just scan the area.
Bit of a stall from... Yes, sorry, Barnell.
No, I mean, just as you were about to make the point of a little bit of a stall as the attackers here line up. We can see, as predicted for a Kids Dorm's attack, the Maverick and a soft breacher up breaching across Attic. But elsewhere, where was that?
The bottom of White Stairs.
Bottom White Stairs. The attackers do have to flush out this upper position, but failing so far. But the refrag comes out as Zofia picks off the Castle of Rastin.
Yeah, probably the gun you would want to lose as the defenders. They won't want to lose anyone, but they'll keep everyone else alive with their stronger weaponry. Premacy is going to try and take out the Goyo here of Kiliator, but Kiliator actually getting that key engagement, giving the advantage back to the defenders.
Well, they might have a man advantage, but they do have site presence. The Ace is on the site, the diffuser is in his hands, and Maverick is above.
I'm pretty sure it's Mark.
Mark, you're right. Mark is above here, still able to contest this vertical angle, but Ace might be able to land a cheeky plant here. The Maverick is shut down, so there's no hope for cover, and it's all down into a 1 versus 4. His position is known as he fights first behind the shield. Now Angle's opening up all around him. He's shut down with long range from the Elder. Wes, not to be 3 foot. Wes gets the nice shot across the site and finishes off round number 1 with a successful meeting defense.
It is exactly the start they would have wanted. They might have caught off their opposition there with that particular map selection. Very smart from MKERS to start off on a less than conventional site. And that gets them the first round on the board. And now they're going to what you predicted in the first place, kids' dorms. The first main site they've brought along. And they've got, in terms of lineup, you see the very same attacking lineup, which is no surprise from the attackers. And from the defense, opting for a good mix of operators, ready to deny everything and give themselves every opportunity. Such a varied lineup here from the defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse the
We are seeing a lot more of that in general. We have the defensive lineups getting a little bit more flexible, trying to accomplish similar goals, but being able to have that freedom to really play the roster. The attackers, however, especially here in T4 across these leagues, we're seeing so commonly Ashe, Zofia, and then either 3 hard breach or 2 hard breach, and then usually another soft breach like a sledge there alongside them. And it's a really versatile lineup, but occasionally we are seeing them be punished where additional utility could be useful. Because right now this is all hard breach, soft destruct. If you've got shields, maestro cams, and banshees, as we do, that's what you need to deal with that. But
5 seconds.
roamers, we have no specific utility to deal with roamers. Wait, just make sure my cam's not in the way, and I'm not. Yep, not lying. Yeah, we have no claymores at all. So it's all down to droning. It's all down to watching your own flanks. They have nothing to hunt down these roamers, and that can really punish them if they can't be careful.
It's a bit of a shame. They're just relying on their base skill. They don't think they need that much specific utility to assist with clearing things out or just boosting themselves, maybe a Lion or a Ying or something like that. We do see them come out, but they seem like a rare, almost panic pick sometimes on rounds where they're not too confident and they need to do something quite rash. And they bring them out, and often to not great effect. Premacy taking some early damage. Katsola's holding an angle across to her. But the flangles from Wes actually dealing some damage.
It's going to be a really difficult position of this Ashe to push up, especially with this careful watch here from Katsola. But Katsola does back off for now. Probably a good idea, as there are players below and above. Do not want to get pinched in that position. And with that being retreated, we do have attacker presence coming up from lobby, from master, and also the breaching across attic beginning to go down. Still, however, walk-in is closed. Hibana's there probing, but they're going to need some underneath pressure from an explosive, probably from an Ashe or something like that, to get rid of those bandit batteries.
Oh, Rastin! Is that in trophy? I think he peeked towards to take out that kill. He's under so much pressure from the Ashe from underneath, potentially. Currently watching meeting, so he might have a moment to try and deny this breach. Will he get them down? Will he get the battery down before the... I think the breach went off by the Hibana there. I can't quite tell.
It looked more like the bandit was being careful for the vertical angles rather than going to trick. Now the angles will get open up a nice kind of crouch level hole. But the Ashe has been shut down, kept solo on the roam, flanks around and punishes the Ashe. You're careful, making sure he's not being pushed down from armory stairs, but that flank comes in. Dois is here to try and get that refrag, and Nitro goes up for a vertical and doesn't manage to get it set off as Katsola is shut down. Maverick there for the pickup. Rastin still playing close to the walk-in breach. He's got the M870 shotgun in hand with a laser dot that might give away his position, but Hibana doesn't seem to be too aware. Aggressive Pete comes out here, lands a shot, puts the Hibana on the ground, gets into a 1v2, but it's traded out as 0, slicks him across attic. Now all down to Apex trying to claim at this ground. A much easier set of shots does finally shut down that player on the stairs, down into a 1 versus 1. Smoke's going to try and cut down these angles, but now the fuse begins to go down in kids. Ebac.
This is the most back and forth round I've seen. I'm trying to call it or make predictions at any point, and the plant's gone down in the 1 versus 1. Who can win the fight? The defender! The plant goes down. He's got loads of time to look for claymores, for anything that might stop him from winning this round, but he has won it through and through. How I'm struggling to piece together in my mind how that round went. I'm trying to recap it in my brain, but it went from one team's advantage to the other, back and forth, all the way through, constantly, and right to the death. You could not call it. But finally, the call is made. It is MKERS 2-0.
It was just, it was a volleyball match, and it was just going 1, 2, 1, 2, traded back and forth, and it all rested on whether or not the ace could really fire white. That was all. Don't get excited. No, don't get excited. The 6-pick phase hasn't happened yet.
Come on, don't do a Sammy on me. Don't 6-pick. No, don't 6-pick. Don't 6-pick. Oh.
If you want more of these antics, please go follow eBack Clashmain. But I'm very happy to see Derwis. They're switching over from the Maverick to the Jackal. Now that is the kind of thing that would really have stopped the bleeding where Malusi swept below and killed the Ashe. He was traded, but that was the story of that entire round. It was just back and forth until it came to a 1v1 with the ace. Chose not to missed pre-fire, chose not to fire something that failed that fight and left the Jaeger there to sweep up the round. But here, hopefully this Jackal can do a bit of work to prevent that. Can get out, hunt down these roamers and make sure that it is a full sight sit, not by choice, but by shredding out any presence across the map.
The most of the disappointment was because, not just because it was a clash in general, but because it was on a site I've not seen her played on before. More specifically, if it were on the basement, she's quite a regular pick. It's not too bizarre at all. But on kitchen, that's a bit of an oddball. So I was quite excited to see what they did that with. But unfortunately, there you go. Moving on. 2-0 is the score for MKERS. I don't know how I miscounted that. It's there are only 2.
There are 2 numbers, and one of them is a 2. It is indeed 2-0 here in round number 3. Similar to the meeting and kitchen defense, vertical pressure is very important here from the defense. And it looks like we do have a bit of defense there going on, but West Tower is a separate entity, and there the Zofia is able to get any vertical pressure they'd like and destroy any utility being used to deny that breach, which means I think the ace is already burning away that west wall.
Yep, Valkyrie C4 not connecting onto any of those players, unfortunately for the defenders. So those angles being opened up, utility burned, nothing gained on behalf of MKERS. A great start to the round for Speechless as they try and take some ground. Obviously a lot of men, actually all the men, now that I mention it, over in West Tower, trying to spread across the map, but they've spread across the floor, their brains all over the wall. A lovely shot from Apex, but he's refragged quite quickly, and refragged in return. Wes getting the better of the trade war.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
This is getting so hard to call. They've gotten the angles open that they need to, but they haven't really made that much ground. They've taken West Tower, the Jackal's here to apply some counter pressure into Showers, but Primacy actually makes a quick entry, but the Showers have been forsaken. Malusi stepped out into the Showers corridor, and now trying to flank around this really amorphous movement. So vulnerable to multiple angles, and there it is. The Ashe gets downed, exposed to all parts of Shower corridor and Showers itself. Goes into trying to assist the friendly, but no, it's shut down as well. MKERS making this a really, really strong start. Now, if you were watching the very opening of this game, you'll have seen the predictions really swayed in favor of MKERS, but this has only been 3 rounds, and Siege is a game that goes back and forth like a seesaw. So if you have your own predictions, don't forget to get in the Twitch chat, lay your predictions down, lay your points on the line. We are voting for, as there are draws in multiple maps, we are voting for which team gets the most points. If teams get even points, your points are refunded. So get in the predictions, get in the betting, and I guess unless you're in a country that bans gambling, see if you can prove us wrong, and see if MKERS are going to come through with this.
Well, I was just interested to see what kind of stuff we get on the 6-pick, because when you offer up a Ying, it is most likely going to be a switch of operator. And the switch on the defense to counter that potential play was actually something that's gone against them, because you'd think, oh, maybe they'll bring a Warden because they see that, or maybe they're ready for it and they ignore it completely. They did ignore it completely and went for the Vigil, but the counter to that was picked as the 6-pick by Speechless, unfortunate for MKERS, in the Jackal. So exactly what we were talking about. You brought this up earlier. They didn't bring that different man. They've opted away from the Maverick, so very little to potentially help them breach, especially on elbow. But they've traded that for getting rid of some of this roam clear, which to me indicates a slightly different take from the attackers of Speechless.
Well, lucky for them, the defenders haven't actually brought any breach denial at all. No kite, no bandit, no mute. If they want to take elbow, want to breach anything, there's nothing to stop them. And with Ace and Hibana, that will most likely happen in pretty quick order. Now, the bit I'm interested to see the difference in is where Dervis enters. Now, we saw just a moment ago when they were attacking from West Tower, Dervis was actually outside. In the 2v4, Dervis was sweeping on the outside, trying to angle the windows. Whereas normally you like to see the Jackal doing exactly what he's doing now. He's entered near Laundry and he's kind of probing around, not quite so low you'd hope, but at least near enough to the teammates to get refragged, but to try and make an insertion. He wants to cut into the map, find where these footprints of roamers go and locate them. You don't do that from outside, you have to get in. And it looks like we're already deciding to make a little bit more of a confident entry into the map itself than last time.
Oh dear, I just hiccuped. I hope this does not turn into a fit, because when I get hiccups, it lasts forever, and I cannot cast whilst I'm hiccuping.
Well, you take the time that you need. The breach already going down.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a drink.
Hatch.
I'll be back in a minute. Take this round, Banner.
You go drink. I'll cast this. Capsola here pressuring up into the laundry hatch, which just has opened, and we're seeing this pressure going down from laundry and Freezer stairs, but a wonderful headshot goes onto the Zofia, quickly refragged. However, Capsola hitting the ground as well. A shotgun chasing up, and the Hibana is actually shut down in really good time. Minute and a half, but we're already down to a 3 versus 3. This is following in pretty consistent form as a back and forth, constantly there for the refrags. As soon as you lose something elsewhere, another teammate is ready to push back. Dervis keeps things going. The Jackal's still alive to have an impact, and the pressure from Freezer is slowly mounting. Smoke canisters going off. They know where they are, and the attackers have a lot of time to play with. But the shots land coming in, and the shot across from Freezer puts one of the defenders down, and it's all onto the smoke. He's still got one canister. The plant is already going down. A whole minute to work with the attackers, and they're not going to need it. They're going to shrink this timer down to 45, and Smoke has an awful lot to do. 3 to go, and a Jackal on the board is about as unpleasant a life you can have, because he just needs to find one footprint, and there it is. The pings come out, and his location is known. His time is so short, and he is put in the ground finally, and Speechless get their first round on attack with a really on form, a really consistent showing throughout all of these rounds is the back and forth. And if you can get a slight advantage, break that trend of the 1-for-1, that is so easy to capitalize on. And Speechless showing that they can do it as well. This is not a maker's game bought and paid for. And we returned to kids' dorms to see if they could get back on track. When we were here last time, we saw it go exactly as that round did. It was a back and forth throughout. There was roam clear, trades all across the map, close to the site and far from it. And it really came down to that 1 versus 1 plant attempt from 0. So, are we going to see the same thing? We've got the Jackal coming out again, unless anything crazy comes through in the 6th pick, but the side of the defenders looks to be pretty much identical.
Wow, Barnett, that seemed rather quick.
It was very quick.
What happened?
I mean, it was, as I was just saying, what happened there is exactly what we saw previously. Flurries of trades, consistent answer backs. As aggression hits in one location, it's pushed back somewhere else. But as the attackers took hold of Freezer, a crucial mistake made by the defense in rotation, a missed shot, and it went from the 1-to-1 to 1-to-1 to 2 kills in a row for Speechless. Which means rather than going to a 2v2, it became a 3 versus 1, with the Smoke all by himself and the Jackal still alive. And getting pinged by a Jackal in a 3 versus 1 is a death sentence that was carried out very, very quickly.
Well, great use of the of that gadget that they refrained from bringing earlier on. They seem to be enjoying it, given that round, so they're going to keep it up. Swiss playing the Jackal yet again. Useful. He has some very good secondary, not just weaponry in general, his gadget. Also, Claymore or Smoke's rather versatile as well. Jackal is such a fantastic operator. Sidearm shotgun on top of that. Jackal is just great.
Oh no. Pressuring early come on. As the Zofia gets early onto the armory window to try and get some pressure on from the east hand side, is immediately knocked off the rappel.
I love the east hand side.
The east hand, yeah.
I mean, that's just a regular of your casting at this point, really. It's flank
And
goals.
making it vocabulary.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Keep it up. What happened on the east hand side, Barno?
Well, I just said. You can't mock my phrasing and then tell me to just repeat the same bit of content about the same.
Well, you
event.
hadn't finished speaking yet. I didn't know if you were
There was
gonna-
nothing else to say.
Okay,
but
great.
since we've been distracted, more has occurred. Katsola has been knocked down in return for the Primacy pick, the Malusi, but now all of the soft breach is gone. We have still got both hard breaches and the Jackal, but both Zofia and Ash are off the board, and there are still Banshees, a shield from the smoke, and the Evilizer, the Maestro, to deal with.
Kiliator picks up another onto the Jackal. We were talking about how useful he is. Well, they won't get to use him for the rest of this round. 1 minute 30 left for the attackers to get some very eventual refrags. They need to at least get one kill in order to help and execute. Of course, yes, Kiliator is going to be the first main target, but he gets the better of the ace, flicking on him with expertise. I forgot what that word was until midway through it, and Rastin finishes the job onto the Hibana. She only gets 1 down for her efforts, not even a full kill, and that is another round. Perhaps I'm a bad luck charm for Speechless, as I step away, they win, I come back, they lose quite convincingly.
Yeah, really quite disappointing there to have the intel on a player that doesn't know your location. We saw that player in meeting staring up at the hatch, not towards the stage door, but I don't know if it was just a slight tick of a sound cue that turned that into an even fight, and they just swung and landed those shots a little bit faster than the ace. I mean, the 2v4 is an unpleasant place to be, but as you can bring it closer with intel in your advantage, not being able to capitalize on that is really going to start chipping away at your confidence in your own shooting. And that, when that starts to fail, I mean, I'm a drastically less talented Rainbow Six Siege player than anyone in this lobby, but even I know that that can be a real speller of doom when you start to doubt your own ability to shoot.
Certainly. Well, looking to capitalize, they brought the Cap Can. Rastin. It's an interesting pick. I don't think I've seen very much Cap Can at all. I'm trying to think of the last time I saw Capcan. It's not been for a very, very long time, and even then, usually just a 5th man operator on a site with a lot of doors. So you imagine he's going to get a lot of those upstairs, or opposingly, very, very tight to site in the positions they don't have time to check. And it looks like he's going to do a bit more on the roaming side for now, setting only his first one down by West Tower.
It's unusual to see a Capcan spend the entirety of the prep phase not putting down his traps, but I suppose that does mean it's a little bit harder to drone them in the prep phase, so they're going to have to take the time now to drone at that location.
Uh-oh. I mean, speaking of drones, the drone man himself, Mozzie, taken out immediately. Wes falling. I don't... Oh, it was at the top of the stairs.
Top of laundry stairs. That wasn't a wall bang, was it? That would be horrible if that was a wall bang from outside of the main door.
I am unsure. It may well have been. But a strong start for Speechless. Anyway, Casola, so close. He's just sitting with his crosshair in the middle of Seltro's chest, but did not fire. Unfortunate for him. He's going to be guarding that garage. Obviously, Oryx, the ability to jump up hatches, incredibly useful for roaming around nice and quickly. And there's some very useful hatches on Oregon to do that.
It really is a very powerful position to be in somewhere like Armory and Garage. Ooh, the Boss G, how was that not a headshot? Just narrowly missing, send that 12-round sled slug right past the ear of the player on the stairs, and Kiliator is knocked down. Defenders are in a really dodgy place right now. Capcan, Jaeger, and Oryx. Nothing really specific in terms of area or plant denial left, and this is a laundry defense. They're doing still lots of the roaming, but the attackers now have a lot of freedom to just get their way down.
Well, you say down, he drops down, but he also dies. That's one attacker falling, but refragged instantly. Apex, though, bringing one back. Oh, there's so many kills coming out, and most in the favor of the defenders, bringing it back even to a 2 versus 2. Premacy says no, 2 versus 1. And only Apex is remaining inside of Supply. He's going close to Boiler to try and get one. He's got one. Can he find Premacy? He knows where that last kill took place, over by Freezer. 45 seconds. Quite a lot of time for the Ash to work with, all in all. But Apex with a lovely shot across the way onto Premacy as he jumps in across from Freezer. I can't
the
even see
scoreboard.
it.
The scoreboard does absolutely no credit to just how close this match is. It's 5-1 at the end of their defending half here in Oregon. But MKERS so well matched. This is so frequently going, but they're just managing to get that additional kill to make sure that as the one death, one loss, one trade, the back and forth always ends up with them at least with a certain person still in the ring.
Yeah, it's
And a
1-1-1-1-2
beautiful 2v1 there with Apex.
very crucially for them, and that's just enough advantage that they can trade their way to victory. Of course, they did have a disadvantage at the end, an incredible 1 versus 2 from
replay.
Apex.
That's a slow-mo replay as well. Wow.
It is lovely. It's absolutely gorgeous. I can't even see it. Maybe it's just because the low quality of my laptop that really can't deal with this stream very
My
well.
assumption is these
I
guys are
couldn't see
playing with
that
their
at
big,
all.
their big PC screens, and they're like 2 inches from it, so you can look really, really close.
Surely
and
they're playing
see.
on giant plasmas and they're across the living room with their Xbox controller.
I mean, if they were real gamers, that's what they'd be doing. But you know, we have to make compromises somewhere. For now, as Speechless go on to their defensive half, we find ourselves in Kids Dorms first up, and we see, look at MKERS' lineup: Finker, Ying, Blitz. This is not a kooky fifth man Ying pick. This is instant.
Could we get the secondary gadgets back up for a moment? No, I just want to point something out before this rush may well happen. They could play it slow. A lot of these operators are useful in any situation, but you've got C4s to deny. And I think quite importantly, those prox alarms from Celtro, we don't usually see from up here exactly when they are useful or how. But those could be very, very crucial at dodgy moments to help out MKERS. Oh, sorry, not MKERS. Speechless now that we've switched.
I'm really curious to see where they send this blitz. Obviously, you're
Oh,
no, an aggressive peek.
Sending him to hell!
Disadvantage in that kind of gunfight, especially when the Jaeger is not just running away from you, they're ready for that instant shot in the head. Puts a real dent in the shield wall of the attackers here. Still got the Ying and the Finker to play with, and MKERS have been good at getting back these trades, but this is falling back in Speechless' favor. A really close play, and the pistol comes out from Floater, but he's down for it because there's a lot of damage downing Catsola. This is an awful lot of bleeding to cover from. They can probably get the ace back up.
Yeah, Apex, very smart, just finishing off the play around the corner with the breaching round and reviving his teammate, meaning the huge man disadvantage they could have been looking at is a lot better for them now. 3 versus 4. But a really, really poor execution of whatever plan that was. And Wes with only 1 Candela left.
Just a bit... It has to have been a bit of a misplay there from Killiator to take like one of the longest fights on Oregon inside a cross meeting and think, you know what, I'm going to pull out my pistol now. But this is MKERS versus Speechless. Of course, the man count has to get evened out. And then sunk into MKERS' favor? What? Smoke canisters go off to cut across the lines of sight. They know where a couple of these players are. Around, he catches the side of the gun and shuts down the player, and Kids free fires out towards White Stairs, and that is exactly where Celtra is hiding into a 2 versus 1 in MKERS' favor. This has been an absolute swing, but MKERS are just always coming out on top.
It's the opposite of what we saw last time. 2 versus 1. Apex was in this situation himself. I was going to say he's got control of the diffuser, Celtro, but no, they run across, nab it, and gets away, still alive. Pretty low health. Both of these attackers' body shots will still do it, even with the MP5K, but he won't get a chance to use it. Apex again in a 2 versus 1. This time on the favorable side, winning it out for MKERS, moving them onto match point. This map has gone so quickly, but it really hasn't felt like a sweep at all.
I mean, the fact that every one of these rounds is getting so close to 1v2s and 1v1s, I mean, I feel like that could have been a lot more convincing if the Blitz just kept the shield in front of his face and pushed much closer toward that Jaeger before taking that as a fight. But I mean, we're seeing the operator play the operator switch ups that we're seeing coming out of MKERS. I'm absolutely loving bringing the Ying, bringing the. I mean, you look at the lineup from the attackers. Do you think the Twitch is the person that's going to be sixth picking?
No, not really.
Glaz and Amaru. I mean,
They
Ace
make
and
sense.
Glaz.
They make
Glaz
sense in a
and-
lot of ways.
They do, and Glaz and Ace with 4
What
smoke
am I
canisters.
hearing? Who is this?
I think one of our producers is not muted, but should be. So we can hear some kind of background.
Lots of chatter in the background. I thought we were hearing the comms from Makers trying to figure out what their plan is, because they'll be discussing a lot right now, given the lineup of operators they have. I'm sure if Speechless saw exactly the lineup they'd be coming up against, they'll have a lot to say in terms of how they might counter this. Obviously, Amaru, she can jump up hatches, and there's a lot of very useful hatches around all over the place. There's one directly into a site, no less, over there. Yes, thank you, Noah, for focusing on that soft hatch over there. And then Attic as well is also another option
But also
around here.
getting an
And Armory.
operator rapidly into kids' dorms through the kids' window or into games from the games window, those kind of power positions are hard to flush an attacker out of. And if the Amaru can get in there with a little bit of intel, a little bit of safety to make that initial move, then an Amaru can make an absolutely massive impact. Looks like they're going to hold off on that kind of idea for now. She's looking to more make an entry over by West Tower.
Can't find the right spot to get that going, but she won't waste a hook. She'll just repel on up and get in that way. I was going to say the Glaz, really, really useful if you open up Attic for those long angles. Looks like they've gone away from that. They still have Hard Breach, but that would be going towards Walk-In, you imagine, from Katsola, unless he tries to open the same angles across the kits as he did last time. With a Melusi of Derswis, keep in mind you might be seeing a knife kill or something a little bit cheeky in the round if he stays there.
Durs was pretending to be a Pogmat himself, laying underneath that window. Not something that you'd really expect. The Glass has just made this bandit feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Zero starting things off, SMG kill, answered back by the Apex with a double. He uses the kid's a triple as he's just completely claimed the site. Bandit jumping outside, calls it a quad kill. Is he gonna go for it? He gets shot out from Trophy, he knows where he is, but it's not gonna be the pentakill. Achilles steals the ace as Makers take round number 8. And that puts them to match winning point?
Yeah,
Wait,
no, they've won, Barno.
that's 1. My brain was like, this is match point, but no, that's map 1. Makers take a 7-1 victory with... I'm sad that we didn't see them on attack first, because I need to see more of this. I need to see more Amaru, Glaz, Blitz, Ying, and I cannot wait to get over onto Clubhouse to see what they can bring us there.
14-2.
14-2!
Probably the biggest difference I've ever seen. If I'm thinking of previous, in last season, I can think of the most games in a match during the league season that I can remember was, I think Steno got 18-6, and I think Encryptions did that as well at various points last season. Some very high fragging matches in general. Tex Rolo, I think, got 16 kills one map. Those are probably the highest of the season last time. And almost that high, but in terms of deaths, way less deaths. 2 deaths in the entire
2 deaths,
match.
but also
14
in
kills.
so few rounds.
Yeah, that too.
We had 8 rounds of that.
I will
almost-
say, in
That's
terms of
almost
stat
2
gathering,
kills a round.
in terms of stat gathering, like I was going through last season, getting some stats together on kills and deaths and things like that, and assists. There was a really interesting point that I came across, which is that Lexaro were very, very high all round for a lot of the stats, but they drew a lot of games, so they had double the rounds a lot of other teams had to make that happen, which is why I generally divided into averages a lot of the time, a bit more often, to balance it out. But still, those stats, if he can keep that up, even for the next map, he's going to be dominating the stats for the early part of this season.
I mean, stats-wise for Apex, obviously a really good game, but really good for all of Makers. The fact that that was so back and forth. I know Speechless, I'm going to be looking at it as a 7-1 loss, but really that was so close all the way throughout. The Makers were just pulling it ahead in those clutch moments every single time. So hopefully they don't take that too much to heart and don't lose that. Hopefully they don't come into the next one deflated. And I can't wait to see what both Makers and Speechless bring to us in the next map of Clubhouse. Now we are going to cut to a short break to get a drink, get a snack. I might get to have some cappuccino thins, maybe some biscuits. But we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes to bring you map 2, the final map of today, of this Playday 1 of Contenders. We're going to be back here on Clubhouse with Makers versus Speechless, so we'll see you guys soon.
blows away new directions. It's your time to know something that is real. The Milky Way, feel your splendor. You're the weakness that I find, and melts away into forever. Lesson learned, and I know that it was real.
Hey, hey, yeah, hey, Miss Black. I still want you back. Back in Zero. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Barnell has changed clothing, and he looks like a peasant. That is very exciting, very hot under the collar indeed. And you've just taken the collar off entirely. You've just cut a way around it. Okay. All right. See you, Barnell. I'll keep going for a minute. Hello, ladies and gents. Oh, what's happening? Oh, yes, we are moving to Clubhouse. That's what's happening. Look at those percentages. I don't know if they're the same across the entire. I don't think it's per map. I think it's in general. So very, very strong. Yes, looking for makers indeed confirmed. And the 7-1 does feel right when you look at that percentage, but at the same time, you look at the rounds individually, it doesn't tell that story. So Speechless, all they need is an extra frag or two, or just a slightly different play, maybe a slightly more secure setup on their defenses, and that one kill, that little bit of a difference, could suddenly change, and then those rounds that they lost changed entirely. The game looks completely different. So in terms of bans, we see the Monty again today, coming out on Clubhouse here, which means lots of hard breaching options, which we love to see. So many angles can get opened. Obviously a bit more difficult with the thatch, but there are enough helpful dudes around to make sure that that's happening. Mira being the final ban on top of the Kaid. No real surprises there. No Mira being put down in logistics today. Do I hear Barnabas? I don't know. I'm just going to keep going until he interrupts me. Round 1. Where are we going to be heading? Church Arsenal looks like the destination for Speechless as they try and get off to a stronger start. They've only won one round. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right from the play we've seen. And a bit of an odd selection of the Nook. I have never seen Nook in ECS. She may well have been played. Barnell, look at that attacking lineup. Yeah, Barnell is in love. Oh, but the 6th pick is off the Dockerby. Now, that is not the one I was anticipating. That is very, very surprising. The Nook in play. I was just saying, Barnell, the first time we've seen Nook in ECS, at least that I have.
I'm a Makers fan now. It's just the case. I mean,
Yes.
Thatcher and Miracle. I'm sure you've already mentioned this. I'm just talking to myself, so as I make my notes. And Kaid coming out as the brands there, and we're attacking. Is that Church first?
It is
Lovely.
Church
Perfect.
and Arsenal.
I'm becoming a Makers fan very quickly. I mean, on the defense of Oregon, we didn't see anything like super crazy come out. It was just really robust tradability, super close teamwork, and really reliable guns on the entire squad. On the attack, I got excited. We saw the Amaru, the Glaz, we saw Blitz and Ying. Didn't have a massive effect, but the fact that they're legitimately bringing these operators to try and run these operators, and that is exactly the kind of stuff that gets me just so excited. I mean, we're playing Clubhouse. We've cast Clubhouse 1,000 times, but not like this. And we have the Nock and the Kali both coming out. The 6th pick away from the Dockerby has me, a little bit sad, but I'm sure we'll see her in plenty of due time. 30 seconds left, and we're already having a quick entry here through bathroom, clearing out. Doesn't look like anything as far as a roam, but the Kali will not have too much of an impact as she is shut down elsewhere. Looks like by storage entrance. And Ash already making a quick impact down main stairs, and here comes the rush down blue. This is moving very rapid.
Well, the goo mine will give away Apex's position. Wes trying to come around from Moto, but it's shut down by the smoke, holding a close angle. Zero making sure that is stopped. And now that entire side is clear. And all these players, the 3 remaining players pushing blue, kind of stuck there potentially. But they do get a kill across through that wall into the site. Refragged Apex by Floda. Right? I just haven't said his name yet so far in this match. That's why it sounded weird.
But it's
2 versus 2.
It's this match that went from stuck in a place, now they're breaking out, they're fragging out, they're getting trades. They sort of move behind the shield. The damage is dealt to the Nock, but a kill comes out for both. Makers. it doesn't matter what position they're in or a man disadvantage is the beginning of the round. My goodness, just taking through blue, and they're playing so close. Now, Wes got killed as he moved through Moto. It looked like he was moving to assist the attack in from blue, and he got shut down immediately. But the fact that they are playing that close, from different angles of the map, different angles of entry, something's happening. I'm here to assist. In. And they try and they move. And look at this, just instantaneous taken through. Confident fighting the long angles with 1.5 is a great weapon for it. And then just dodging and weaving. One moves through blue, one across the rest of gun racks. Just a really nice sweep in from that side.
The Dynacroform move from the double K duo Kiliator and Catsola absolutely paying dividends at the end of that round. It gets them the first on the board. Again, a round where Speechless looked to have their moments
Attackers need to locate and
and
defuse bombs.
still didn't see it through. They brought it to the 2 versus 2. There were the opportunities to maybe get that one kill to put them in a strong advantage, but no. MKERS always just coming out on top by scraps, usually.
Just, it's like the skin of their teeth is just so thick. It's super strong. They hang on by the skin of their teeth, and that's a really robust thing, apparently.
I guess. Maybe they've got like gums that go all the way over their teeth.
With nails.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh,
Anyway.
no. I mean, that's kind of what teeth are, isn't it?
5 seconds to insert.
Aren't teeth?
I mean,
Like,
to be,
they're
yeah, kinda, yeah.
That's pretty much it. That's a
I was
nice thing to
thinking, like,
think
on-
about and make you grossed out. And let's gross out our audience further. Just confuse them. Hey guys, be really aware of your fingers right now. Oh no.
Nails are just your fingers' teeth.
Feel the blood pulsing through your fingers right now, everyone listening. Oh god, that's horrible, isn't it? Well, Wes is taking some serious damage elsewhere, but his teammate picks up the first kill again. Derswitz at the start of the round on the Valkyrie. He's only sitting on his cams now.
To be fair, as far as operators to have off the board, Valkyrie, I mean, you don't want to lose her. She's got a good gun, she can move well, she's got the Nitro Cell. That is a lot lost. And Rastin falls again. Still haven't seen really any impact from Nakali, but this has been the entire story of this entire matchup. Heresy falls, and the man advantage swings in the hands of MKERS. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Speechless. Nothing that they're doing is really making me think, oh, this is a misplay, this is them playing badly at all. I have confidence that these guys will do legitimately very well this season, but now MKERS are just showing themselves to be a really top-class team right now.
Yeah, they're being really hard done by their opposition, and it's a real shame. But this is the point where a top team who wants to win this division will pull their thumb out.
Their socks up. Their socks up their thumbs.
No, they just pull their thumb out, you know, because they're already super aware of their hands and their fingers. And it's all
That's
gross. They're like,
probably
oh,
it.
those fingernails, I'll get rid of it.
Anyway, as we have the attackers moving themselves around, we still have the Legion playing in Mojo, a really potent position to play in. Floater, however, elsewhere eats a chunk of damage. I think that was from the vertical angles being established. Catsola continues the bleeding, shuts down another. Kiliator just floods in. And this is just such a textbook execute. Floods in, and even Malusi gets a kill in the last moment, but Catsola is right there to tidy it up. The Maverick actually drops just in this engagement, and bang! Right in the small of the back, giving her a nice 7.62 tramp stamp to send her on her way.
All of the kills coming from that K duo I was talking about last time. Kiliator and Catsola getting all the kills combined that round. Just so dynamic. And they're bringing the operators to do it. We talked last match about the attack on Oregon from their opposition in Speechless. What can they do with that extra pick? They brought all those do-the-job operators. And then they moved to the Jackal, and it seemed like they might be more flexible, but it didn't work. We've seen exactly the opposite from MKERS. They've got the Lion currently there. Not an operator you want to show, but given the fact they've not switched off a lot of operators, they're not switching off again. They have indeed brought the Lion. They brought Glaz, Nook, Kali. I'm struggling to think. Ying,
Blitz
Amaru,
has come out,
Blitz,
and now
Finka. This
and
is
now the line.
crazy.
They're playing the roster, and what I'm loving more than that is we're seeing it succeed, and I think partially because of the utility that they're bringing. It's not just a case of, okay, now I'm putting the line, but I'll still do the same move. But because they're saying, right, We've got the Maverick, we've got the Zofia, the Ashe, the Hibana. We've got what we need to, and sometimes they're backing off of having the double hard breach or double soft breach, and they're bringing something else, and they can afford to. They don't need all of the destruction of both the Zofia and the Ashe every round. So they're like, cool, we'll bring one, and we'll bring something else that will give us some other ability, some other kind of angle into a site, some other kind of option to use, another tool in your tool belt, piece of utility on your Rainbow Six Siege operator list.
My notes are almost entirely empty because I've been swept up in the chaos of this match so far. Both maps have delivered amazingly. There's some of the most exciting Oregon and Clubhouse we've seen in quite some time. What a way to start off this season in ECS.
Now with just 2 minutes and 30 on the clock, so plenty of time left. They're starting work on the breach, but Premise actually starting things off really nicely. Wes hits the deck. The Hibana killed this early down in Dirt Tunnel on a CCTV attack. Very unusual place for that encounter to happen, but a really important one.
Yeah, it's a common entry spot, and you have to make sure there's not a player there. Apex was also with Wes and took almost down to the grave as well alongside him, just hanging on, and importantly, having the diffuser, being able to give that to someone else, and that's Rastin picking that up, using his first EU1D to no real effect, it seems, at the start.
Just taking a moment to be careful here, and it pays dividends as Kiliator gets a pistol headshot on Defloader. No idea how that came about, but the answer comes back very quickly. Rastin hits the deck, dropping the diffuser outside, down into a 3 versus 4. But if we've seen anything, we can say that this does not speak to the success of this round. But the bleeding continues.
It does indeed. Bandit getting a lovely kill onto Kiliator, leaving Catsola and Apex the only remaining men. There's a lot of players for the Zofia to deal with. Good movement away from that potential C4, fully aware of that, and overcomes it quite strongly. Maybe not. Oh, I was going to say maybe not ready for this angle from the Valkyrie. She gets the Valkyrie and the Bandit moving in. A lovely double from Catsola. Her teammate has fallen, so only Catsola now against 2. Almost effectively a 1 versus 4. From this position, 2 dealt with. Only 2 remaining. Smoke canisters going off to delay. So he's going to get some cams down so that the calls can come out from his teammates.
It's going to be very close. So these canisters started going a little bit too early. So he's going to be having about 10...
You're right.
He's going to have about... No. He's going to have about 10 seconds to push as this smoke fades. Aware of one position. Can he win? This is such a hard little jiggle peeking fight. He makes he aims at the right position but goes for the reload instead.
Oh, he's so close with all these he's almost tracking the smoke through this wall, and he finally gets the kill. Can he finish the last one? He sees, I swear he saw a foot, but he didn't manage to connect. Not enough in terms of kills from Catsola. What a great effort, a triple in that round to follow up his very, very strong round so far. We get a replay on that shot onto Derswiz and Celtro to pull it back. So close. And an extra one onto 0 as well. If he had pre-fired potentially on that final remaining player, could have won that out almost. But it is the first round from Speechless. Finally looking quite convincing before that move from Catsola in particular. They got themselves into a very good position, a much smarter full round play from them. Six picking off the Frost, potentially trying to scare Makers. They've switched to the Castle, so a nice surprise op to have if the opposition don't have a sledge, and they don't. So they're gonna have to burn up some of those potentially ex-Kairos. They do have lots of breaching charges and the like to dismantle those. So not necessarily a nightmare for Makers, but it's still something they have to deal with.
Another little box on their checklist. Now, we're seeing the Frost be very popular here, so it makes sense to kind of tease her out. Probably not going to be the one expected to be 6 picked away from. But I'm really interested here to see how they tackle Jim. Now, we've seen Jim become a really popular secondary as well as tertiary site here in T4 across leagues. It becoming really popular because we're seeing a lot of attackers really struggle to attack it. We often see teams, they go for either a split push and get held off. A lot of teams are wasting incredible amounts of time over by cash. But for now, it looks like we have a west-sided tank coming across on the super roof. A bunch of damage already dealt to Druis as he's holding across in that predictable cache location by CCTV. And we're seeing a lot of teams, even at the highest reaches. Oh man, they keep trying to interrupt my point by getting killed.
I believe it was the Maverick on the breach towards Bandit on the stairs, getting some cheeky angles across. Should eventually get the better of those Bandit batteries. I think he just about has. The right wall may still be electrified, but the breach should be able to go down any moment, as there's no way Floda is putting down another Bandit battery at this point.
You'd be very surprised to see something like that. What is this?
I think he misdrew the top line and it didn't open properly.
Maybe a bit too
It looks
high.
like it's closed.
Yeah, it looks like
Yes,
it's been
it's
softened up
closed.
now. Yeah, that
It-
top line looks like a little too high, but where was that? That was
Running
a
out
stripper
stripper!
primacy. Oh man, a slight misplay, a little bit of a lack of awareness about the status of that area punished them hard. Floated, however, does finally get picked off, but the damage dealt to 0 as well as breaching rounds go off to clear open that area. Minute and 20 left. They've opened Jacuzzi. There's still a lot more to do, however. The shield persists, but no. Apex doesn't wait. He gets a quick entry into bathroom. He gets one. Can he line up and get the second? His presence is known, and now he's going to get pinched. But he's going to take the fight into the top there. The Jaeger picks one. There's the refrag, because of course it is. It's MKERS. Now it's down to Stelter all by himself in construction. The attackers have the diffuser. They have the site. Wait, no, they don't have the diffuser. Where's the diffuser? I think it's cold somewhere.
That great use of the EE1D from Rastin during all the chaos caused by Apex really helped his team. Celtro trying to strike back, but Apex finishing the job the way he started it with a lovely kill on that round. Very dynamic play from this Ash. Apex just knows when exactly to rush in and take the initiative, and he's getting the kills, and importantly, not dying afterwards as well. How is he scoring so far? Because he was 14-2 on the last map, and he's already picked up a bunch of kills, and he's doing very well so far this map. Currently off the Ash, you think that would change?
He's going
He's going
8-1
3-2.
after 4 rounds.
Oh, that's
Wait,
Catsola.
that's Catsola.
I was talking about.
That's
Yeah, Apex.
Catsola who's going so high.
Yeah,
I mean,
Apex, he
yeah,
needs to go 11-0 from now to match the last time. But his fracking role has pretty much been taken by Catsola and Killiator, who are soaking up the kills.
It's coming really as a team effort. Obviously, in that particular instance, Apex becomes the center of attention as he makes that really bold entry into a non-clear site. But that takes intel. That takes a bit of, whether it's hard intel or a bit of intuition, a bit of game sense, a bit of reading your opponents. But he just stepped across the bathroom, cut the site in half, get rid of the site presence, and that's timed with an EE1D. That is right. I'm halfway through the site, there's no one here. I need to stay alive right now. EE1D locks those defenders in place so he can safely retreat for just a moment. He can take his time. And then he went in to refrag the fighter off premises on the main stairs. And then as soon as that's done, the entirety of the site and that side of the area is completely clear, and construction is your only worry. Like,
So
that combination of team play there, just mwah, chef's kiss.
Your point earlier about loving MKERS for their lineups, I'm looking at this lineup right now, and I think I'm falling in love as well. It shares the spot in my heart with Clash and 11 currently. I think MKERS really making a strong case as to why you should support them in general, because they're not only a strong team, and that's always enjoyable to watch. They're exciting, but they've noticed Catsola. The frost mats hidden in oil pit. They won't be jumping into those, you'd hope.
Double frost mat under oil pit.
That's a good spot.
It is a good spot, but
I'm keeping
luckily
that in
it
mind.
has been droned, because otherwise that would be absolutely heartbreaking. Doe is coming up in the cover. It is there for Lounge with a beautiful shot. Immediately shuts down that road.
Sorry,
Flat
more
out.
importantly, Rastin's running the French shotgun. Just gotta say. So many kills coming out for the attackers, and there he goes. He gets one with the French shotgun. There's only one defender remaining. It's Celtro on the Frost, trying to take out the Ash, but it's flawless. Catsola finishing the job.
Oh
Makers,
my
what is going
goodness.
on? This is crazy. This is one of the most bizarre games I've ever seen in Tier 4 Siege, and we're heading very much for another Makers win right now, unless something turns around quite dramatically and quickly from Speechless.
That was one of the first times I have felt it was a proper stomp. Like in previous rounds, Makers have been bringing out interesting plays and playing really well, and Speechless are only just falling victim to it. That one felt different. That was really rapid intel. The fact that they had the intel on the Valkyrie's location, they immediately shut down that kind of presence. They make their entries. They have so much success doing so with the French shotgun on Lion. What? The positioning you have to take on as an attacker with a shotgun is so fundamentally different to how you play with an AR or a DMR or something like that.
Oh.
And Rastin, he switched over to the Ace and he's bringing the shotgun again.
It's an even worse shotgun this time.
I mean, but it looks way sexier because you've got the that 3D skin they released with the battle pass. I hope he's running that because I love that.
Can he use it? It's a battle pass skin. I don't think he can.
I mean, if he did
It's
the battle
not.
pass on his comp account,
Is that how that works? I don't.
weapon skins aren't restricted. Uniforms and things are.
Oh, of course.
But
yeah.
weapon skins aren't restricted at all.
Right. Yes. Sorry. my
But I mean,
mistake.
aside from this, look, we've been seeing the praises of various points. We haven't even been able to raise the fact that Zero has been brought now for the second round in a row. Got his hard breach charge in pocket.
Oh,
got his cams
that's
to
very
deploy,
confusing when Zero, the player,
is also a
green,
player.
focused. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? He's been brought every single round. No.
No,
yes,
Sam
Wes.
Fisher is on the board in hands of Wes. He's got that SC series of letters and numbers. AR.
2000?
No, it's not 2000. It's a very similar weapon to the F2000 or the Thales F90, with a slightly different kind of top body section.
There
Raxton
you
stands
go.
off with a pistol shot. He got a pistol kill hit earlier on after being, and then was very quickly traded off. He's going to back off pretty quick though. He's put on a bit of pressure. He's made his presence known, and he's going to back off pretty rapidly. Pretty classic. Got the Legion here playing up in the top of Garage. He's looking up at those lines made by the Maverick. He knows that is going to be a pretty important area to contest, but his life here is more important. The delay in Garage can be so crucial to these rounds. And Raxton is just bouncing around. He doesn't seem to be aware of Primacy. Primacy's been a really big... Ooh, what?
His head appeared on the Jaeger's screen as he jumped across towards Garage. So keep an eye on Primacy, because now that he's seen that and he's aware that the Ace might not be looking at it, he could get aggressive. But Killiator, the first man to fall. Oh, a lovely double from Floater. Gets Wes as well. Zero not being able to make much use of those cams. No Maverick as well. No Ace. Suddenly coming through from Speechless. A strike back. They need this 4-2 on the board, and it looks like they're on the way to doing it. Catsola and Apex, the remaining players. Of course, last time we saw these two in a 2 versus X situation, Catsola pulled out a bunch of kills. He got 3 of them as pretty much a solo man in construction. So what can he do over here in Garage? Well, he can get the first one onto Floater.
It's a start, an important one. He takes a Goo Mine, and it's down into a 4 versus 2. It's a good start. They've got a minute to work with. If they can start making ground, they'll do.
Oh.
But there's the pickup. He flushes them out of that hard position, and working together, they get rid of that, and they make that man advantage just a little bit less potent. Now draw, we see Driss moving down red stairs. He knows the Garage presence needs to be taken care of. These smoke canisters are a real danger for Catsola, and you can see why. The smoke canister just inhaled through his lungs, burns within, and downs that ash. And Apex now falls back to the spawn. With on such low health and 20 seconds, this is starting to look a little bit out of reach even for him.
Yeah, he's just taking his time. Makers losing a round. Second time, Speechless are going to be taking more rounds than they did on the entirety of Oregon here on Clubhouse. It is so strange to say, because it's not been a poor Speechless performance by any means. They've shown this round that they can contest really well, and that's what they've consistently done. It's just, can they win those rounds? If there were draws for rounds, like individual rounds, maybe this would be way different. The 0.5s adding up.
Beautiful
would be very
headshot
different.
there. And this is Katsola. We're just talking like Floater going nuts with a 3K, and immediately Katsola's like, I'm gonna guess that he's here, and just peeks and nails it. Beautiful shot there. Floater really coming in big for that round there. It seems like Makers can always come back from like a 2-man disadvantage, but as soon as it becomes like a 3-man disadvantage, that's a little bit too steep to climb. Understandable. That's a pretty intense task.
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
Of
God, we
any
can only win
problems.
our 1v2s, guys. Oh.
Damn it!
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Now we
So
switch on to the.
yes, I was
No,
gonna
you
say
take it.
now
Go
that
ahead.
we're on the defense, I'm hoping for a clash because that would probably crown Makers as a team that I truly do love. But
have
they
to
brought
stop
quite
casting.
a few.
You're too biased. You'd have to stop casting.
I probably would. So Cat Solar currently going 13-2. He's trying to top Apex. Apex went 14-2 last time. He's dropped off 11 kills, but Cat Solar has climbed all the way up, bringing out the Ella. It's a relatively more. It's not as bizarre as we've seen from some of the attacking lineups in general, but on a basement defense, you can't afford to really overdo it too much. So those kind of 5th-man operators are the ones that are being switched. And Katsola with the Grismots, still very smart. The Scorpion, a strong weapon in the right hands. And Katsola, looking at the scoreboard, probably a good idea.
Probably a decent pair of hands, exactly. Yeah. And
Look at
what I'm
those
actually-
hands.
They're
Oh,
very
fingernails.
nice. Oh no! He's gonna grit his teeth on the hand grip.
Skin, gums,
Like, you're not just saying words.
durable.
I'm actually quite interested. While this pressure comes in from Dirt Tunnel, Raston backing off slightly, but holding his long angle to try and deal a little bit of damage before falling back. Apex, he's going 3-5-2.
Oh!
No, Raston loses the fight, and control of Dirt Tunnel is going to be in the hands of the attackers. Floater is really starting to step up for Speechless.
Yeah, but you said he could fall back. He's fallen down, being the first man to collapse. He often is the first one to fall on their team. Of course,
He is.
Valkyrie's dying a lot this match in general, quite early. And as you said earlier, not too bad. She gets to use her cams, and not to great effect as her
Floater.
teammate has died. Killiator being taken out by Floater, who seems to be stepping up these last couple of rounds.
He really has. Castola, no, he comes down, he tries to make an impact, but he's shut down by Premacy. Premacy also kind of popping out quite a lot here on the score, but even relatively like even to middling kills on the side of Speech, so they're really sharing the love. And it's all down to Wes. It's going to be a 1 versus 3, and he almost digs into it, but Speechless just take advantage of that severe man deficit and make a really good showing there. Some great entries. Raston needs to start arriving. We've seen he's going like 1-6 or something like that. He hasn't really been able to make much of an impact here so far.
Well, he's playing those supporting roles. I noted his Lion in previous rounds being very specifically useful in helping some of the moves. But in general, maybe a kill or two extra here or there would be quite good. At least if he's in range to be traded, that would certainly be helpful for his team, who now are only 1 round ahead. As we've said, like this seems in some ways like a sweep for Makers, but that is not so. This is how close this game can be. I think any team who, if the next team who plays Speechless watches this game through kind of, they're not paying too much attention to it when they're checking this out, they might think it's going to be a walkover, or Speechless, given the results in terms of numbers, might be a weak side. I think they'll be in for a surprise.
To be honest, I wouldn't be that surprised to see a draw here on Clubhouse. Like, we're seeing Speechless really start to step up. Raston taking that step back in the kills, and it's really starting to punish them. I'm interested, actually, we see Apex, he's going 4-5-3 after 7 rounds. He really isn't dying very much, but he's getting loads of assists. And I think that's really, really indicative of the kind of play that we're seeing, where he's there, he starts chipping away at an enemy. They back off, and there is another person of Makers who's right there to finish off the kill. He's doing a great job of always being there with a friendly to push people out of positions and then end up with the kill being taken, usually by Katsola.
Well, I said Rastin wants to be within refragging range. He's playing quite by himself at the moment. Katsola's relatively nearby. He's supported himself by the Jaeger of Kiliator. They're looking for a nice early pick. Obviously, some damage going on to Floater, but not really enough to do anything.
Yeah, that came out a bit of early aggression from the Valkyrie peeking out towards a construction spawn, but not quite enough to catch the head. The intel comes out that there are players playing by that storage staircase. Do they know that there are two there? All that nitro cell is ripped.
Just waiting very patiently to see what that Maverick does. Looks like he's headed off elsewhere, though, as he's not on our screens right now on a blue highlight. I think he's gone over to stock somewhere. Floater taking that early damage, but he's the first one to fall. Apex getting a lovely pick, equalizing his kills with his assists. Kiliator boosting his even further by taking out Derswiss. That is the Zofia and the Mav. Two very impactful kills to get this early in the round for the defenders.
We still have plenty of hard breach in the hands of Speechless, so they can still make the pathways that they want. Promising going by rotation. He wants to enter over by Stripper. Try and see if he can get anyone who's kind of floating near bar. But for now, the defenders look like they're kind of crouching a little bit. Apex still kind of hovering on main stairs.
Oh.
But Celtro as well eats a chunk of damage. Unsure exactly where that happened, but Makers with this kind of man advantage, we've seen them come back from being in a disadvantage of this degree. This is looking really quite bad for Speechless.
There's a lot to do from this position. A minute remaining, and keep an eye on Rastin as well, potentially appearing on the scoreboard. Celtro down in blue, I believe. And is that Rastin above on the Valkyrie, shooting him still from... Yes, it is. Exactly as I said, he is sitting above, getting a crucial kill. Katsola throwing a C4 up through the hatch in stock to finish that kill, and Zero, the only man remaining as Primacy, is picked up as well by Apex. A lovely double from him this round from deep within the site. Looks flawless almost from Makers. What a switch around from the last round on this exact repeat of the site.
It really helps. Shutting down Floater as the opening death in that has really made a massive impact. Somehow that misses the head, and Katsola can get away with his life after that engagement, but with 15 seconds left, the run out gets punished. Rastin really hungry to start and buff his KD. He's not going to be allowed to in this round, but the round itself looks like it's pretty securely in Maker's grip.
Yeah,
I don't
he's
think
done a
1
pretty
second,
good
1v4.
job. He may not be killing it necessarily. He's still got 5 assists, and I imagine there's a lot more hidden value that isn't on the scoreboard, playing the Valkyrie and the supporting ops throughout these rounds, masterminding his team's victory from often the dead seat, but there you go, the subs bench. CCTV and Cash will be the next site on their defense. Now, how many? They've won 1 defense, they've lost 1 defense on the basement. So this is the first time we've seen CCTV. I'm interested to see what they pull out here, Makers, because they've not gone for anything particularly bizarre. Their setups in terms of... They've had slightly out of left field operator choices some of the time. They're still relevant and useful, but their actual plans themselves are actually still pretty regular.
Yeah, their defensive strategies are from a pretty common catalogue of... I mean, also ilk works too.
Yeah.
Ilk is a nice word, rhymes with milk. Is most...
Oh, yeah.
Like, 75%
Great.
of milk is ilk.
Wow.
I know, right?
Quick maths. Milk
Their
maths.
attacks really get quite creative, and on the defense, it's just pretty robust defense and good gun skill and good playing together. And to be fair, the defense has been allowed to have a bit more variety. We're just seeing a pretty common spread of versatile, useful operators. The Valkyrie, the Legion, the Melusi, these are all people who can really play a massive variety of styles.
Well, a lot of people can't tolerate milk. We'll see if Speechless can tolerate this peek from Katsola. He does a lot of damage onto Floater again. Floater, just watch yourself a little bit more on these spawns, man. He's losing another chunk of health, even more than last time. And it's a good start for Makers. They're always keen on getting some early damage, even if it's not a kill.
He's been, like, Floater has been the tip of the spear for whenever Speechless have had big rounds and taken their wins. And it feels like Makers just be like, right, This is now hunt down Floater, and Kiliator will be the one to
is.
succeed. And that's going to be the first wound dealt, and there's the second. The bleeding is going to continue. Rastin doubles his KD. His whoop is wound. Okay, that's enough of that.
5 versus 3 for the defenders. What a great start, picking off 2 players outside of the map. Just a bit silly from Speechless. And
They haven't been able to take any ground.
that very adventurous goo flying out of the doorway there in clear view of the ace. Celtro's in somebody's view on the other side of the map again in this 3 versus 5, taking a chunk of damage, isolated off on the west side of the map. Sorry, the west hand side of the map.
Thank you. It looks like he's made some kind of entry towards logistics or construction, and he'll get a kill, but 2 come back in the favor of MKERS. They're still following 0 here, and he is the last one left alive, as that construction side master take has been completely shut down. We see the defenders now spread out all across the area, prepared and ready to jump out to show some aggression, to establish the control. The first kill comes out for 0 as there's one peeks up from construction window and is punished really nicely. Rastin dropping another death on the board. 0 has been left so many times. His 1 KD unlikely to change massively. He's got quite a lot of time to work with, but with the defense, I mean,
We're headed.
Castola and Apex
A bomb has been located.
and
Yeah,
Wes. This is an
not
awful lot of strong gunners to cut through.
It certainly is. He's dropping down this hatch now. Not the hatch, sorry, onto the sub roof. And you imagine the Jaeger. Yes, it is the Jaegers. I'm doubting myself. The Jaeger right in front will have heard that. His position known. Potentially a cam in and around there. I don't know where Rastin put them early on. Giving some intel. That it would explain a reasonable amount, given the kind of peaks that have come out. A lovely kill from Catsola, climbing ever higher in the kills. What an incredible game from him.
The intensity of your casting is cracking through and breaking the connection. I don't know if it's just me, but it sounded really robotic just then. I don't know if that's just me or if that's on the stream or anything. So
I sounded quite mechanical, and they looked quite mechanical there, Makers. Some incredible skill. They went through the actions. They were grinding their gears. You know, they were getting everything going. They are a well-oiled machine at the moment, and 3 rounds advantage is great. Even better, match point as they take it to Gym Bedroom for the first time.
Well, they're guaranteed to find themselves at the equal top of the scoreboard. Now with 6 points, they can at worst have a win and a draw, which I think finds them equal to the first game that you cast with Jerry. Is that correct?
Yes, but they have a round advantage as well in that case, so they will technically go top in round differential.
So even now, as we come into round 10, they are at the top of the scoreboard, and with only 1 more round, they could find themselves pulling away with a significant lead. They only need 1 more round to secure all 6 points on the table for this game, and they're bringing out the Mozzie and the Valkyrie and the Vigil and the Pulse to do it. That is all intel
And the
and
Melusi.
intel denial. Well, the Melusi, look, she's not as important. But the other four are all intel and intel denial. That is a massive statement.
But I mean, in a way, you could also argue Melusi is also intel. Sticking
I'll
one
give you
in a
that.
particular spot and then making sure you can hear when they're coming round, or also making them soak it up. If you're shooting a Zofia Impact or a breaching round onto one, you'll know that's happening because you'll hear it. So it's potential intel the same. So a lot of intel for MKERS, in short.
Sounds like whatever issue is with your audio is just on Discord, so the stream is absolutely fine. So
Oh,
no
okay.
worries about that. Now we're defending Jim. We haven't seen Speechless attack Jim yet. They brought the triple hard breach and the double soft Zofia and Ash. This Celtro, no. First a drop to a pistol shot from Wes.
Located a bomb.
With a deagle? Oh, buddy. And Premacy drops as well. They are coming at this with intent. They are tooth and claw. They want all 3 points on this one. And it looks like they've made a really good start towards it. They continue Cat Solar pulling a massive. He's going 17 and 3. Where's it's a deagle headshot across the map? You madman! He's going absolutely nuts. Good night to chat. Well deserved. Bit of aggression. A team kill with the Nitro makes this a little bit more achievable. But Zero, how many 1v3s has he been left in? He takes his time shooting this Nitro cell. Hasn't actually got it yet. Oh, they're so hungry for this.
Yes,
They know they can give this. This might get punished though. If they get this a little bit reckless, Zero can probably pick a couple of them off and make a better attempt at this round.
I think that was probably just a little bit of banter between Rastin and Wes, getting some unbelievable, miraculous kills, especially Wes. A double deagle kill and a headshot with the deagle from Garage onto the roof. Just outrageous. I mean, that is a pretty such kill. I guess at this point, fair enough, but for Zero to really punish MKERS. Imagine bringing this back now.
Bomb located
My
by attackers.
slogan. So, fine, I'll take it.
I mean, he's smoking away. He's got 30 seconds to work with. The one pushes close and he actually lands the headshot as he pushes straight through the smoke. Zero has pulled it back to a 1v2. I was about to say that they're being really careful, backing off and giving themselves space to play the defense, but he's taken into Jim and he's been able to put the plant down. What is Apex doing all the way over in cash?
Attackers active.
He's over in CCTV, the plant goes down. You have to expect there to be quite a lot of intel in the hands of the defense, but Apex here begins to make his re-entry. Zero has dropped down. No, lots of free fires coming out here from Apex. That's telling me that they don't know exactly where Zero is, and that makes me worry. 26 seconds left on the clock if they want to make this the final round of the game.
If that
Free fire out
full
of the
team
breach, he
kill
has no idea.
Banana comes back by
He
them
needs-
in Boston, it's going to be dreadful. Only a few seconds for Apex.
He needs to be on the diffuser right now. The time is out. There is no way he can get on it and defuse it in time. This is going to go to 6-4, and an absolute nightmare
my
of recklessness and a team kill and suicide C4. If MKERS go on to lose this or draw this, it is entirely because of that. And I'm really hoping for their sake that that was a mistake, like a breach and then a too quick on the detonation, rather than an intentional, oh, I'm too good, kill me. Because if that's the case, then that's going to really...
And a teammate in 1C4 indicates some team kill silly situation. A 5 versus 1, you kill 2 of your own players and then lose the 1 versus 3. And that's
little
on
bit
match
of-
point. Have we got a replay on what happened? It was Wes.
We haven't got a specific replay on where that happened exactly, so we can't call exactly the nature of it.
Well,
But
it
either
wasn't
way,
near the action because they were both over by the cash side at that point in time. So I'm pretty sure that was a bit of silliness from MKERS. And you can't afford... You can see exactly why you can't afford to be that silly in this game, because Speechless have always contested this match. Anyone who thinks they hasn't is just completely wrong, because Speechless completely on it, and Zero showing exactly why by some heroics there in that 1 versus 3 on the line. You die there, that's it, you've lost. But they want a point here today, and they deserve one, to be honest.
Attackers are
yeah, I mean, to be
moving
fair,
out to
a
locate a
draw
bomb.
here would feel quite well deserved. Zero, obviously, there, switched on, ready to answer back to every opportunity given. Okay, this is why Wes got those Deagle long shots, because he's running the shotgun with Valkyrie. Not something we see an awful lot.
ACS?
Rastin is running the ACS on Alibi. I mean, it's a powerful weapon. The 1.5x with that heavy hitting shotgun is definitely very viable. But to be honest, that felt more like a misplay from MKERS. That was like they fed three 1v. I mean, they fed
Speechless.
2 1v1s.
They're trying to out Apex. Recall Apex moving in here very quickly and taking... No, he's walked straight past the player inside of Moto!
No!
You have to check that, Maverick! If you're going to do an aggressive play, make sure you cover your own angles. And being the first man to fall, it's going to be so much harder to get anything open potentially. With
And there is
looming the
no
map.
one there to refrag. No one there following up to try and catch the refrag and keep hold of the control taken. And that was a completely free kill. Hard breach and 2 frags off of the board. But Dirt Tunnel has been taken by the attackers. Blackbeard moving up through it. Oh, it doesn't matter! What on earth? Killiator shatters the shield and plugs the head of Floater. One of the spearheads of their attacks. Wait, what? Celtro gets a knife kill onto Rastin. How the hell is this happening? Killiator is taken down as well as Celtro gets a double and pulls us to a 3 versus 3.
Did he drop the hatch and knife him or run around from I'm not sure where that came from, but I am sure the plant is going down. A 3 versus 3. Speechless have found a way back in. No, the plant is denied, and the remaining 2 players, remaining 1 player, sorry, Primacy, upstairs by himself. His position known because of that Prisma. Great positioning from Rastin. Again, his utility coming useful for MKERS, even from the death. Now the intel in their hands, and some strong killing players alive for
But
Primacy to
luckily,
take out.
Wes still has a nitro cell, so he could suicide and kill a teammate and put this in the hands of Speechless. Lovely shot comes out from 1, but Apex is there with the cross. And MKERS take the game, and take the map, and take all 6 points available in today's game. Very well fought from Speechless. Very well fought all the way through both maps, but MKERS, some fantastic attacking, and to be honest, every time they pulled out a weapon selection that could be viewed as maybe a bit of a meme, we saw them getting kills with it. And you can call it a meme all you want, but if it's working, Capsola going 18-5-5. Absolutely monstrous. I mean, you can't, you can call it a meme, but when it's working, it's just good weapon selection. And we saw them taking those fights in the right ways to make those shotguns really work. What?
Speechless is what
Oh
I
god,
am.
shut up.
But genuinely, I'm struggling to find the words to describe that match in general. A great showing from both teams throughout, which is it's going to be an odd and difficult pill to swallow, maybe like a star-shaped pill for Speechless today.
An oversized vitamin.
Yes.
I mean, Speechless impressed me, no doubt. Like, for almost as much as we were praising MKERS for their tradability, for how closely they played as a team, Speechless was doing that as well. They were getting so many trades throughout. They clawed many of those rounds really close. Speechless have impressed me for sure, and I think they will. I think Speechless are going to be one of our top contenders here in Contenders, and throughout. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go all the way through into playoffs. But MKERS, they impressed and excited me. They brought not only some interesting operator choices, some interesting weapon choices, but they worked and they played to them. They didn't just Amara in through a hatch and die. They didn't just ying something and sprint in crazy. They tried to play the operators and it worked for them. And that is really exciting. It's not something we see enough of. And I'm really, really glad to see a team like that come through and find such success, both combining that kind of innovative play style and also playing together as a really tight-knit team that can really frag out and trade. That's formidable. That's gonna be scary.
I'm making a shout, a call, a hot take. Best day of ECS matches this season already.
Not saying much, is it?
Potentially. No. I mean, for the rest of it's gonna take a lot to top that. Those 2 games were absolutely tooth and nail the whole way through. So dynamic, so interesting, engaging. Great job to the teams Speechless and MKERS, and also from the last game, Paragon and Rucket Gaming, of course.
For sure. I'm sorry I couldn't let Jerry take the second game. I heard your flurries of puns. They made me upset. So
I'm sure the chat hated them even more than you did.
I know, probably. So, like, on one hand, I'm like, you're welcome that I came and stopped that mess. But on the other hand, I'm sad because, like, I mean, who else can bring that? Either way, with puns or not, we were treated to some really exciting games there, and I'm so excited to see what matchups come in the future. And if we see more of this kind of play from other teams, like that's going to be really, really cool to see. So for now, thank you to our production team, Shiro and Noah, and everyone else back there behind the scenes making all this work. We have really stepped up the professionalism. We haven't. The team has really stepped up the professionalism this season, and it's already beginning to show, and it's looking amazing. So thank you to all of you guys behind the screens, behind the scenes. Both work, to be honest. Thank you, Ebac, for helping me wake up today, because I woke up at 5 p.m. and this was the first thing I did. Thank you to everyone at home watching. We hope this has been as exciting for you as it has been for us. And unless you have anything else to add, Ebac?
Makers didn't play Clash in the end.
That's true.
That's my one gripe in this entire series today.
Well, take your gripe, ferment it, and quit your whining, because we're done for the day. We are going to cut for now for this evening, and we will see you guys soon for more ECS. That's all from me. I've been Barnowl. That was Ebac. We will see you guys soon.
Keep everything that spills out of the dark locked up behind your lips. It's blooming out of nothing but a thought, like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. You're glowing like the writing on the wall. I finally meet you again. We're slowing down under the moon, painted trails where we've been. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight. We're out after
You got to let